You have a lot of effort.
Welcome, neighbors. July 7th virtual meeting. We'll start 20 minutes late. Roseanne, would you please call the roll?
Okay. Mayor Hopping,
Present.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Ross,
I'm here.
Commissioner Samaria, get there. Commissioner Tudor,
Here.
you want to do the Pledge of Allegiance, Mayor?
Yes, the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our final report from the auditor, Enrico Lorena, CPA. You're on.
Thank you very much. Everyone should have received the financial statements as well as the communication letter that was provided at conclusion of the audit. There's 2 documents that should be included for this agenda item. I'm going to go ahead and present our reports that are included in the village's financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2019. And as well, I'm going to go over that final communication letter and highlight a few things. If you turn to page 1 of your financial statements, you'll find our independent auditor's report. The first section of this report is labeled Report on Financial Statements, and it discusses the items that we audited. And it states that we audited the accompanying financial statements of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the village as of and for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2019.
Yeah, there's one.
Management's responsibility, which is the next section that follows the item that discusses what we audited. It states that management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States
Yeah,
of
but I
America.
didn't see the image.
Our responsibility as your auditor is to express our opinions on the financial statements based on the audit that we performed. Further down the report, you see the opinion section. Here you see an example of an unmodified opinion, and is the only kind of opinion that you will want to be associated with. It states that in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the village as of September 30th, 2019. We do have an emphasis of a matter on this year's report, and it discusses the prior period adjustment that was reported for CITT. I know that everyone is aware of what's going on with CITT and that it's an ongoing matter, but we do highlight it because it is important. We did record an adjustment to record a potential correction, which ultimately will be resolved in the next month or so. Pages 3 through 11. This section is labeled MD&A, or Management's Discussion and Analysis. If there's any section of these financials that you should read, it should be this. In this section, management discusses what happened during the year and compares it to what occurred in prior year, and not only tells you what changed, but also tells you why. And it's in plain English. It's very easy to digest. It's a very good section for you to go through as a user of the financial and understand big picture what occurred at the village throughout the year. The remaining reports that we include in your financial statements are in the compliance section, and they actually begin on page 55. Here on page 55, you'll see what's commonly referred to as the Yellow Book report is the independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters based on an audit of financial statements performed in accordance with government auditing standards. And this report is broken down into 2 sections. It has internal control over financial reporting, and it has compliance and other matters. So this is the first section that we would mention to the users of the financials if there were any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses that relate to internal control over financial reporting or compliance and other matters. As a result of this year's audit, there were 2 findings that were identified. We have finding 2019-01, and we have finding 2019-02. And I'm going to get into the details of what those were in a second, because I'm going to go over your schedule of findings and responses. But this is the report where they are mentioned to the users of the financials. Page 57 is the summary schedule of prior audit findings. And here you find a summary of prior findings, if any have been reported, and the status, whether those findings need to be repeated for this year's audit or if they were in fact corrected and not repeated. And here you have two findings that the village had from prior years, and they actually have been resolved and no longer need to be repeated. It's finding 2017-03 and 2015-01. Finally, we were able to eliminate those findings from the reporting. So page 58 has a schedule of findings and responses. And here, this is a schedule that I was referring to. The first finding that we have is related to personnel action forms. And in essence, what we identified was that when we looked at the records for the village, there were payroll change forms that were not consistently reviewed or signed by appropriate members of management during our review of what we looked at. And they did not include proper documentation for termination, reclassifications, and changes of benefits. In essence, what we were looking for was evidence of management review and approval of those forms. So what we're recommending is that the village implement internal controls to ensure that the payroll change forms are appropriately reviewed, consistent with village policy, because it is your policy for these forms to be reviewed. We're just saying that the village needs to comply with the own policies in place. So you do have a policy in place. It has to be executed on, and we have to look at the internal control procedures in place. And management has provided their response, which is included here in terms of what they plan to do to remediate this matter. And the second item that's reported on this schedule is matter 2019-02, which was related to CITT, which we discussed at the prior meeting that we had. In essence, there was a correction of an error that was reported as a result of the monitoring report that the village received. And that matter is actually in process. We need to schedule a date. I want to schedule a date next week to meet with the village manager and look through the supporting documentation to make sure that we compile that so he can negotiate with CITT to resolve this. In terms of next steps, what would happen is when we come in for the planning of next year's audit, which is it's incredible. We just finished this, and the planning for next year's audit is right around the corner. One of the first things we do is revisit the findings that we had in the prior year's report to make sure the management addressed this. And if you would like, I could come to a subsequent meeting once we do those planning procedures and give you an update, so you don't have to wait to the issuance of the next report to tell you the status of those findings. We could definitely communicate that to you. On page 60, you have the management letter in accordance with rules of the Auditor General. This is a required letter that we need to include, and it has a few disclosures that I'd like to highlight. At the bottom of the letter on page 60, we have an opportunity to communicate to you recommendations to improve financial management. And these would be recommendations that came up that it wasn't a significant deficiency or material weakness, but it's just an opportunity for improvement. And we're happy to note that we did not have any recommendations to bring to your attention at this time. On page 61, here we have an opportunity to communicate to those charged with governance any issues related to non-compliance with contracts or grant agreements or abuse that we may have seen that had occurred or was likely to occur, but did not rise to the level of significant deficiency or material weakness. And we're pleased to note that we did not have any findings of that nature to report. The final item that I'm going to cover is that communication to those charged with governance at conclusion. And the most important part of this letter is that we get to report back to you if there were any issues in dealing with management in terms of them, management providing information, being available, providing records. We're pleased to know that during the course of the audit, we did not have any disagreements with management, and we did not encounter any significant difficulties in dealing or obtaining information that we needed to perform the audit. I'd actually like to take this moment to thank the manager and his staff for his support, because with thanks to their support is that we were able to move forward and do what we need to do and conclude the audit and complete it timely. With that, this concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for the auditor?
I do have a couple of questions if no one else does.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ross.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank our finance director and his assistant Sharon for all the work that they've done to make sure that we cleared up the prior findings that had been sort of dragging on since I think 2015. So I appreciate their efforts in getting those corrected and satisfying the auditors to remove those two old findings. I was surprised to see two new findings. The CITT was something that really was kind of beyond our control, since it was an audit for a 10-year period and they had not really checked any of the records until recently. And I look forward to resolving that, because that's an important issue for the village. So I'm glad, Mr. Yedena, that you're going to be involved in helping us get the records that we need to get to CITT to prove up those authorized expenditures. And the other matter, the other new matter that came up is really just a ministerial management staff and management documentation, which I think could be easily fixed if we have the right forms in place and make sure that we document the files as raises or there are changes in salaries. So that's not too big of an issue in my mind. One thing that we always ask, and residents always ask and want to know, they want to know about the unrestricted fund balance and how much is there actually in the bank left over the annual expenses. So if you could highlight that for us, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, so if you turn to page 14 of your financial statement, here you have your general fund is the first column, and your unassigned fund balance is $1,068,768 as of September 30th, 2019.
Okay, so that is despite the outstanding receivable from FEMA, and we're not sure exactly what we're going to get reimbursed from that. We are at right now a little over $1 million in unrestricted funds.
Correct.
$1,068,000. Okay.
Yes.
Good. The other question I have is on page 11 of the report, where you talk about the economic factors, and you refer to some of the unusual expenditures in the year of review, which included the hurricane expenditures. And you note that there was approximately $843,908 in hurricane disaster expense. But I want to make sure that we realize this report covers a period starting October 1st, 2018. And therefore, there were expenses during the month of September, which would have been reported in the prior year, so that all of the expense of Hurricane Irma is not included in this $843,000. There's some additional funds that were reported in the prior year. It's kind of you'd have to have the other report in front of you, but I just want everyone to understand the time frame and how those expenses occurred. To my count and everything that I've seen, Hurricane Irma actually cost the village close to $1 million. That's about all I have. Thank you very much for your attention to our finances, and you've been with us for a couple of years now. I think that it might be time to do another sort of bid out, because it's good to do these audit. It's good to bid out for your auditor every, I don't know, 5 years maybe, and it seems like it's been that time already, but I hope that you, if we put out that RFP, do bid in for the job and work with us again.
We'll definitely respond.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, additions and deletions or withdrawals of the agenda?
I like to have put 8B and 8C up for discussion.
8B and 8C off the consent agenda?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And I would like to put 9A in place of in front of 8B so that Commissioner Hayman can get busy. Does everybody approve of those changes? Any other changes?
Yeah, I have a couple.
I have a couple of things, please. I'm sorry, Rox, go ahead.
Okay, so 8C is my item. It's a resolution condemning systemic race bias and violence and supporting racial justice. And I'm going to request to pull that from the agenda. My original proposal was significantly different, had more goals in mind, but I had been asked to revise my original agenda by the chief and the village attorney. And after further thought about what the revision came back as, I don't feel satisfied with it. I would like to give it another look and perhaps bring something that is more beneficial to our community. So I'm going to pull that item, 8C. I'm sorry.
That's 2020-32 is withdrawn.
8C, if there's no objection from my fellow commissioners.
No, I have no objection.
Objection.
Regretfully. Also, I would like to add, and I did mention to the manager prior to the meeting, if he could add to his report 3 things. Number 1 is a status of his work on the solid waste options that he's developing. He was to report back to us every 2 weeks, and it's been a month. I haven't heard a report back, so I'd like to know where we are on that. And I would like an update on the CITT response that he's been working on. I also would like an update on the FEMA monies that are pending through appeal, and also pending funds that have been already obligated that we haven't received. I'd like those 3 things added to the manager's report.
Okay, adding to the manager's report, the solid waste report, the CITT response, and the FEMA money.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, I have a
One
couple
more
of things I
thing,
want
I'm
to,
sorry, one more thing. I'm sorry, Mac, pardon.
that's okay.
The minutes that are set for June 2nd, there are definitely amendments that need to be made. I sent the clerk a proposed draft. I don't know that we want to kill time talking about them, but maybe we could just submit our suggestions to her and she can bring them back next meeting, as well as the, so that's the June 2nd and the June 16 minutes.
That would be a good idea. Does everybody agree with that? Put on
Commissioner Washington,
recommendations in
So you-
on that?
Yeah. So you're putting those 2 items?
We're not going to discuss it tonight. We're going to
Okay,
send
then-
recommendations, Commissioner
Okay, so
Samara.
Well,
Go ahead, Commissioner Kennedy.
I have a couple of things, and one is in reference to 8A. I would like to pull 8A from consent for discussion. I would like, I have a correction I'd like to make to that, and I would like to discuss it. Actually, I think it's important enough that it could be a short discussion tonight. So I'd like to pull 8A for discussion. I agree with what Rox put on the manager's report. I would like to add to the manager's report as well, I would like an FDOT update. I understand that the workshop has been scheduled, and I would like to have an update on where we stand with the FDOT project and the workshop that's scheduled, and specifically how we're going to be notifying residents about that workshop. I would also like, look at my notes here. I would like to add to the attorney's report, if John hasn't already planned to discuss it, an update on the payments that he's negotiating with Gray Robinson. I'd like to know how that's coming along. I would like to add a new item. The commission has been, the village has been served a lawsuit against by one of the commissioners, and I would like to, and I'll let John guide us on how that would, how that discussion would take place. But I think it's important to recognize that a lawsuit's been filed against the village, and specifically allow residents to hear from the attorney about how exactly that will proceed. There's a lot of chatter on social media and among residents who want to know if a commissioner who's suing the village is allowed to serve, exactly how the village is represented in that case and who represents us and what things the commissioner may or may not be allowed to be involved in while that's taking place. I've had a conversation with the attorney. He's explained it to me very clearly and thoroughly. I'm satisfied with what I heard, but I know that residents have an interest in understanding exactly how this is going to work. So I'd like to add that to the agenda.
Yeah, I can answer that for you, Commissioner Kennedy, Madam Mayor. Clerk, we had back from the attorney has it and the village has it.
Are we going to discuss it now or add it to the agenda?
No, just
We're just discussing additions to the agenda right now. So I'd like to have that added to the agenda, and it sounds like Dan probably has something he wants to say to that, so I'll be anxious to hear that, and more for residents to hear it. I would also like to add another new item to the agenda, and that is a discussion that I tried to bring up last time, and that is how Zoom will be incorporated into meetings once we go back to meeting live. Last time we met via Zoom, we were anticipating that this meeting would take place live at the log cabin, and that obviously didn't happen. Not certain when it will happen, but I think it's important enough to discuss tonight, added to the agenda, for us to have a conversation about how Zoom can and will be included. Zoom has become a way that more residents access meetings than they certainly do live at the log cabin, and I think it's important that we maintain that access for residents, so I'd like to add that to the agenda, please. So I would like to pull 8A for discussion. I'd like to add a new item about Dan Samari's lawsuit against the village, one about the Zoom meetings, and ask John for an update on the Gray Robinson payments, and add to the manager's report an FDOT update regarding the workshop. I have some other things that I'll take off because David's not with us tonight.
I doubt if pending litigation can be discussed, but I'm sure Mr. Harron.
It's not the litigation itself I want to discuss. It's more procedural things about how the village is. I want residents to hear how the village is represented, specifically because tonight one of the things on the agenda is the hiring of a new village attorney. And I'm going to make sure everything's completely transparent and people aren't left wondering how this will be handled.
I'm during my portion of the agenda, I'll be more than willing to discuss the issue of the pending lawsuit and the potential or perceived conflicts of interest that may be present.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Commissioner Tudor, the mayor,
I think one thing we need to clarify on 8A, we've had, I believe Commissioner Ross was talking about pulling it all together. Commissioner Kennedy wants to.
No, she pulled 8C,
no,
Commissioner Tudor.
Okay, but I thought there was a discussion on 8A as well.
No, she pulled 8A too.
The minutes.
Yeah, she wanted to do that by us notifying the clerk what we thought of that, but Commissioner Kennedy wants to discuss it.
Okay, so which way are we voting on 8A?
So
we have two opinions about 8A.
Okay, I would assume we're going to discuss it. Commissioner Ross?
I think that it would be more productive to give all of our comments to the clerk and discuss it next time if we have to. But if there is a point that bears on any argument or discussion we're going to have tonight, then Commissioner Kennedy, if there's something you need to bring up about those minutes, as of right now, they're not approved. So.
Right, and I would like to discuss something about the minutes. So is that something I'm allowed to pull and discuss?
We're going to talk about them when they're revised, but you'd want to talk about them today.
Well, I do, because one of the things that I want to talk about correcting that I see as an error in them pertains to something that will be on the agenda at the next meeting. And if we wait until then, it will be too late for any action to have been taken on it.
Okay, let's talk about them.
So it's a timely thing. I mean, if we don't do it tonight, it'll be too late in August.
Okay, basically, we don't have anything on consent. We're going to talk about it all.
Okay, we're going to discuss 8A.
So I'll make a motion to approve that amended agenda.
yes, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Ross made the motion. Who seconded it?
I second it.
Commissioner Samaria.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, the next thing up
Eight
is Commissioner Sally Hayman. The ordinance 2020-03, the whistleblower protection.
Madam Mayor, would you like me to read the title of the ordinance in the record?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Ordinance 2020-03, an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, establishing protections for village employees who disclose specified information, requiring the submission of annual reports, providing for Inspector General oversight, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading of this ordinance, Mayor.
Yes, the first reading. Okay.
We have to open for public comments, Mr. Herring?
Yes.
Okay.
The mayor it would be appropriate for the mayor to open public comment, and I don't mean to speak for the mayor, but I presume to recognize Commissioner Hayman first.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Herron. Commissioner Hayman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. I had the pleasure over a year ago, or actually longer, I believe it was in early 2019, to come before you as well as other cities in Miami-Dade County on the whistleblower ordinance. Miami-Dade County passed it. It was written by our ethics department and our inspector general. And it was suggested as an additional effort to work with transparency, inclusiveness, but most of all, the community, the public, not just during public hearings, but when they are witness to a situation of wrongdoing, allow them with some comfort and some protective language come forward. Because most things illegal or illicit don't necessarily happen in total isolation. So offer some protection. That's what we heard. Miami-Dade County passed the ordinance unanimously, and I immediately went to my 13 municipalities and reached out to them, as well as my colleagues to other municipalities. And at that time, under the then administration, it was basically stopped from proceeding, saying it wasn't necessary and therefore it wasn't conducted. And so we left it as it was. And once there was a new administration, some of you I've known, and open to communicating with the public and welcoming problems, if there are some, to come forward without negative repercussions, I was happy to see it agended again. Included with me for the technical input is Marie Trickley from the Inspector General's office. Last time General Cagle came with me, and it was basically shut down, and we respected that. We hope with a more inclusive, more engaging commission that this protection for your residents, if there is any public wrongdoing, will be supported instead of punished. Have them come forward. So with that, Madam Mayor or Madam Clerk, Marie is here from the Inspector General's office. I don't know if she has any open statement, but she definitely can offer any technical insight on it. If I might yield to her for a second.
Thank you, Sally.
Mayor. Marie?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and Commissioner Hayman. Thank you. I'm here, as the Commissioner says, to provide you with any information, any input, any assistance that the Office of the Inspector General can provide. As far as we're concerned, if you pass this ordinance, we will provide you technical support in developing a lot of the processes and procedures. You will benefit from our experience in running a program and conducting investigations, having a system in place to receive these complaints and monitor these complaints and know what to do with them when they come in. And we are here to support you in any way that we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the,
Resident Mike Eaton.
I'm sorry?
We have a resident, Mike Eaton.
Mike Eden.
Rox, you're muted.
It's
Are
on
we
the-
opening up the public comments at this point?
That's, yes. Opening up public comments.
Are they specific to this topic, or are these the public comments for the entire meeting?
Only for this
Because
topic.
I believe there are some people here speaking on other matters.
Only for this topic. Only for
This is on another matter.
Only, okay, you might want to clarify that to everybody, Roseanne, because I think you're going to have some people speaking on other matters if you just
Yeah.
start
This
calling on
public
people.
comments now is open just for the ordinance 2020-03. First,
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Eaton, you're on.
Mr. Eaton?
I believe he's here to speak about the FAA item.
I'm commenting on another topic.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
okay?
Yes,
Okay.
you come on the other time, not this time, sir.
Is there any other comments
So I'm ready to go?
on the whistleblower?
No, I don't see anybody else raising their hand.
If there are no other comments, it would be appropriate to close the public hearing at this point in time, and then pending a motion and a second discussion of the ordinance on first reading.
I pass a motion to discuss this item.
Make a motion to close the discussion.
Okay, I make a motion to close the discussion.
Second,
Are we not having commission comment?
on the whistleblower.
Mayor, it's not necessary to have a motion to close the public hearing. If there's no other speakers, it's you as the presiding officer can close the public hearing and then ask for a second on the ordinance.
Okay. I'll close the public meeting. I'd like a second on the ordinance.
Second, quick.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Who's second?
I think Commissioner Tudor seconded.
Is it a second? It's a second for discussion.
Yes, for discussion.
Yeah, I'll second it for discussion.
Okay.
Okay. Discussion. Commissioner Tudor?
Well, since this is Commissioner Samaria's item, I'll let him start.
Okay.
Well, I think I went over everything like the last time that my reflection. I see no reason why we can't go forward with this. I do not think this affects anyone on this commission, so I can't see any reason for not supporting this. This protects our employees in the future, and we must have this in place to be sure that it doesn't happen. I gave my statement the last time when this item was brought up, so it's already on the record. I'd like to hear from the rest of the commissioners.
Okay. Commissioner Tudor?
My comments are still the same as last time. Looking through the, I'd like to have a little bit more clarification on what the actual resource impact would be to the village. We're going to have ethics that can provide technical assistance, but ultimately the responsibility falls on the village. So I would like to have some more information about what those responsibilities would be. And I still would like to know what type of resource impact that would have to the village.
Madam
Sally,
Mayor,
do you have that answer?
Madam Mayor, can we ask the two guests that are here today? They should probably have the answers for us.
I've just asked her.
Okay, thank you.
Sally, you're muted. Can you?
I'm trying. There you go. Marie, if I could bring her on for the technical, just like I can tell you previously, the Inspector General and also the Ethics Department have been resources for our municipalities, even though they are county agents, they are county departments. If you can speak specifically to Commissioner Tudor's question of what type of resources could be available from the Inspector General's office to this.
Yes, Marie Pericles. Yes, Marie Pericles with the Inspector General's office. Well, in terms of what the Office of the Inspector General for Miami-Dade County can do is we can offer technical support in developing the processes that you will need in order to intake the complaints. Of course, Commissioner, you are correct. The village will have to import some of its resources to doing this. And essentially, what we have is a system where we receive complaints, we investigate them. So the resources that you will need are some investigative resources. And then, of course, we have to issue our reports, make decisions. A lot of this is, I will imagine that you will be using personnel within the village. So it will just be reassignment of their duties to handle the complaints and or make the decisions and constitute a panel that will hear the complaints and make decisions and forward them to the manager for a final approval. So I can't put a dollar amount on it, but yes, there will be some resources. However, they should be resources that you just have within your government that you can assign to do these duties.
Now, I have just one other question that maybe I'll help you with. There's been some comment that the state already has certain mechanisms in place to address whistleblowers. How does this, what's the benefits of this over what the state already has in place?
Well, the benefit is that, quite frankly, for the state, in terms of an employee with a local government, such as yours, or a whistleblower complaint that is coming to your local government, that individual, if they were seeking the protections afforded by the state, would have to necessarily go to court, which may or may not be within their ability to do. And this provides a venue where the citizen can seek redress of any grievance immediately within the community that is best suited for that.
And then the last question I have, Commissioner Hayman has mentioned that she went to the 13 other municipalities. How many other municipalities have signed on to this program?
That's a good question.
Thank you. Well, with the exception of Miami Beach, they actually created their own Inspector General. So they're sort of doing their own established setup itself. I believe they're all on. We have, except I'm not sure about Indian Creek. I've never been there when they had a full commission since. But I could get that information for you. And we also have an MOU for some of my smaller cities, Biscayne Park, Indian Creek, Golden Beach, where it's limited with the manpower. So if they need assistance, every one of you have a police department or some working effort with your police to investigate. but you also have an MOU with the county and other surrounding jurisdictions if you need somebody to look into something. So resourcing it wasn't a problem. I don't have the exact number. It was almost 2 years ago that the other cities were approached and came on board. But I can try and get that information to you, Commissioner, before the second reading.
Okay, yeah, because, you know, that's one of the things where identifying what other municipalities have already put this in place or have signed on to it will allow us to be able to, you know, possibly reach out to them to find out, you know, especially on the resource standpoint, what did you have to do? How did this, you know, how was the implementation of this program for you, for us to kind of get a better understanding of it?
I have to tell you, especially knowing your ad valorem taxes and the sole source being from residents, I've recommended it before that some of the smaller cities that I don't have direct in my district, reach out to what's already being done. And they have a model already out there that's been worked on with the Inspector General and the Ethics Department, and copy theirs. Just change some variables for your municipality, for specifically to the Village of Biscayne Park, and just copy it. At the end of the day, it protects somebody who has something that they know inside information from being harmed. And that's what you want instead of litigating it. And so we can try and get you some copies of other models and just have you adopt what you like about it for the village, if that's what you want.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
The chief
I
has
have a
his
couple
hand
of
up.
things, if you don't mind.
Mr. Commissioner Kennedy, just to let you know that the chief has his hand up. I just wanted to let.
Okay.
Chief Cabrera?
Yeah, really quick, maybe this will help kind of answer some of the questions. Commissioner, maybe the representative from the Inspector Generals can help out. So what the steps for this process, what you're going to need, besides investigative resources, which I've explained, is really not an issue because you were right on point. If there's a conflict and we can't handle it internally, through our investigators, we can detach the complaint to FDLE, to the public corruption, we deal with ethics. We have MOUs with other municipalities and assist with the investigations. It all has to do with what type of complaint we're addressing. That's first and foremost. So that's not a resource that's going to cost money, or it's we're lacking. That's not going to be an issue. My question is, so we can all have an understanding today. Do we need to set up a board, a committee, in order to listen to these complaints? Is that one of the steps that are required?
Marie?
Did you hear his question, Marie?
Hi, I'm sorry. I believe, I quickly glanced at your ordinance or your proposed ordinance before you started. I believe that there is a provision for a hearing panel. And I know that in the county's EPO, there are, once a complaint is filed and investigated, if there's a complaint of retaliation, there is a mechanism to take it to for an administrative hearing or a panel of some sort. So yes, you're going to have to convene some sort of.
Okay, I asked that question because I kind of knew the answer to it. I apologize, but I wanted them to hear from you. And this is important. Commissioner Heyman is absolutely correct. If you don't, you're going to pay now, you're going to pay a lot later. You're getting ahead of the curve. You're not kicking the can down the road. By creating this board, not only does it bring forward the issues, and people, both employees and others, don't have to worry about being anonymous. They can be transparent and open about these issues. And then, it allows the village to get ahead, and it creates a system of due process. One of the issues that I've discussed in the past We don't have right now currently a set up HR process where we listen to sexual harassment, hostile work employees, hostile work environment, I'm sorry, discrimination in the workplace, and many other. And so this kind of will begin to set the format for us to start here and then begin to have processes in place that will deal with these issues that can really cause a lot of damage to small municipalities that don't have them. You know, basically to answer your question, Commissioner Tudor, this board, you can have an independent board of 3 people that maybe not even residents, could be a retired judge, a retired, anybody you choose. It could be 5 people, whatever board you choose. They'll listen to it. They'll ask for an investigative background on the information that was provided to them. We come back, we do, you know, either us or the external external government will do the investigation. We'll provide the findings. At the same time, the person who's filing now has the resources to be able to work with the county attorney general's office to begin to guide them on what steps are needed by state law. This is very important. State law is very specific on what needs to be done. And the county attorney general's office can assist them with this. And the process will kind of all flow together. And it's extremely, extremely important. If you want to have transparency, if you want to have an ethical, efficient, and effective government, this is the type of process you need to have in place. That's it.
Commissioner Kennedy.
A couple of quick things. First, I just want to say that I understand the spirit of this ordinance, but I'm still hung up on some of the same things that Will articulated, so I won't repeat them. But I have 2 quick questions, Marie, if you don't mind. Can I ask you 2, I think, questions that would be directed at you? The first is, when you say you'll help us with these processes, are these processes that we would set up now, or when we have our first, well, we kind of hope we never have one of these cases to deal with, but if and when it were to happen, do we set the process up then? Or are we required to set this process up and have it ready to go now?
Well, it's my understanding from the ordinance that we're proposing and from the EPO that the county passed, that if you pass this, you have to have the procedure in place. So yes, you would have to.
And that's what you would help us with.
We would help you with the technical support in developing the processes to intake the complaints and to, you know, that sort of structure. We don't do retaliation investigations, not even for the county. That's done by the Commission on, that's done separately, and the Commission on Ethics does some of them, not all of them. So we would not be doing that. We would be helping you set up the process to intake the complaints so that you can then investigate.
Okay, so if we pass this ordinance, then we've got to assign the village manager to get this process set up right away. We have an obligation to do that. That really concerns me because we have a hard time getting the village phones answered when someone has a question about a building permit. So it sounds like it's way beyond our means. I have one other quick question, Marie, and that is, if we have this all set up, we have a case come through, and this board makes a finding, a determination, whatever word you use, and the person who made the complaint is not satisfied with the finding, do they have a way to appeal it to a higher power, so to speak?
Yes, the ordinance itself says that they can then go to the Commission on Ethics, the county's Commission on Ethics, for them to do an independent investigation, and then once administrative remedies are exhausted, the person always has the right to take it up to a court. So it would not be the end.
So we're the first stop in a process that could go a step or two beyond what we do locally.
Yes.
Okay. Those are my only questions. But I do want to say that this feels like it's well beyond the means of Biscayne Park, if I'm just being honest. I understand the why behind it. I just can't possibly imagine the how we would pull this off. And people do have other options, and we could go through all of this, and people could then still go on after we spent all that time. They could still go on and try to get the answer they want from someone else. That's where I get hung up. I'm just being very real about what I think Biscayne Park's capable of in this regard. Thank you. Those are my only questions, Jenny.
Commissioner Ross, do you have any questions for Maria?
Yeah, I do. I have several questions. And just to first of all address one of the things that was just said is, once we set up this process and approve this ordinance, now we have an administrative mechanism that anyone who has been retaliated against has to pursue before they can elect the state process. Is that correct? That's what I understood. In other words, they have to exhaust the administrative Biscayne Park process before they can avail themselves of the state law. Did I misread that?
Are you asking me?
I'm sorry, yes. Yeah, Marie, you said that there's an administrative process and then there's a review of that administrative process through the Commission on Ethics. And once we have this law in place, can someone who's been aggrieved, skip over this process and go right to the state remedies?
I can't fully answer that question for you. I think that maybe your attorney might be able to give you a better understanding of that, because there may be other collective bargaining agreements. There may be other avenues for other things that I can't, the attorney for the Office of the Inspector General give you an adequate response. And I can apologize. I know what you're getting at, but my comment was related to if someone is availing themselves of this process, then they do have the opportunity, once they exhaust those administrative remedies, to go to court. But I can't speak to what else might be available within your community, within your municipality.
Right. And you're right. We have collective bargaining employees, and we have employees that are at will and not subject to any kind of union contract. But I'm just wondering if we're creating another obstacle hurdle that people who have a complaint need to overcome before they go to the state. That's kind of my question. We don't know the answer. We can't answer that.
An avenue for people to come to you when they feel that they have that there is malfeasance or misfeasance, that there is something that needs to be investigated, and that possibly they feel so that they are comfortable to come and do that without fear of retaliation. I can tell you that the retaliation aspect of it is not as frequent as you might actually think. But it is more of an avenue to provide people some measure of comfort that if they come and disclose something that is going to be investigated, they have some confidentiality and they have some protections and they have the freedom to do that.
Okay.
If I'm going to jump in 1 second, I think we're losing a perspective here. The issue here is not a complaint board or going to an existing avenue of recourse for something egregious. This is specific to identifying an issue and wanting to report it. It's whistleblower protection. And what we have heard and seen at all levels of government over the years is the easiest, the most available for someone to come forward on is their own work environment. If they had an avenue there instead of seeking recourse in a court of law, which always exists, and then they have to sue because they feel they have been hurt by coming forward with an issue, not other avenues that are in place with HR or collective bargaining or hiring procedures. This is on strictly whistleblower at a local level, so that it encourages people to feel comfortable coming forward if there is something they would like to share without potential harm, giving them protection. More than anything, and Marie's right, it's not that common because by virtue of setting it up, it says we encourage, as a good government, people to work to promote that. And if they see something bad, to report it without fear of being hurt. And that's what it's about. It's limited, Commissioner Ross, to the whistleblower aspect of it, not other protections where there are other agencies and avenues to pursue. This was easiest within your own domain. That's why it was offered to the municipalities. Otherwise, you can try and come to the county. And sometimes the IG says yes, mostly no, but then the ethics people, they look at it and say, yeah, you got a case. But then you have to take it up in a court of law. This is trying to hedge it right at the beginning, in-house. And you set up your board once you have a complaint, because like the chief said, it really depends on the nature of the issue. And if you have to do, rely on someone else to investigate or an MOU partnership. But that goes to the nature of the issue itself. Hopefully you divert it.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that clarification. So the way I understand this works is that this process is not to investigate someone complains about a wrongdoing. This process is not to investigate that wrongdoing. This process only gets triggered when the whistleblower has been fired or somehow demoted or has some adverse impact because they came forward.
Yes.
Then they have to file a complaint with whoever we designate as the point person, and that point person gets the ball rolling.
Yeah,
but the employee would have to have already been terminated or have already suffered some retaliation.
Yeah, but see, it's not that specific. What I want to say is, when you say something adverse, we've had it where someone was threatened not to cooperate with the HR director or the director of law enforcement or the head of the airport. So, it's to stifle somebody reporting something that, we call it a whistleblower because that's the label of the protection. But, for someone who wants to correct a problem and adversely they are affected, it may not be a demotion or firing. They could just merely be threatened. Do not do it. We know you saw what went on. It didn't exist.
Yeah.
And so it could be the very threat of it.
Okay.
And we want to try and stem it right from the beginning, but it's limited just to blowing the whistle, as you will.
Commissioner Rocks, I want a better answer. I want to answer that also. And Marie, step in if I'm not accurate. If a complaint comes in and it goes to this board and they say that there's malfeasance by the manager or XYZ, and they want to bring it forward and they find probable cause or there's reasons to believe, the board, during the process, the board can protect that employee from from being retaliated and allow due process to occur. So you don't have to wait for the employee to be fired terminated. Correct, Marie?
Yes, actually, what the Office of the Inspector General does is we investigate the different complaints of suspected violations of law, gross mismanagement, malfeasance, misfeasance, that not the retaliation aspect, but the actual bad acts. So this is set up so that you can intake the information about the bad acts. You could investigate that and protect the person who gave you
Correct.
that that information, because that is the essential aspect of whistleblower, is protection of the person reporting the bad acts or the bad conduct. However, unfortunately, if the person that is reporting it is an employee and there is retaliation, then that is when you would move the process with your panel to hear the retaliation aspect. And that is what can go to another level with the Commission on Ethics and or court. The employee's retaliation is what can be elevated to different forums, shall we say, but the misconduct or the bad acts, you can investigate as a municipality, as a village, and determine what is best, course of action for you, while you protect the identity of the whistleblower.
Right. An example of that would be Commissioner Rocks. I'm going to give you an example so you understand. Let's say an employee comes forward and they feel they're being discriminated or any other act, and they put this information to the board. The board has it investigated. The board can tell them, let's say the offender is up in management, they can say, cease and desist this conduct, do the investigation, and then during that time, the employee is not harmed. The village itself is allowing due process, protecting itself from liability, and allowing for the truth and the facts to come out. Correct, Commissioner Hayes?
So I'm still confused about this right now, because now you're telling me that the panel is going to review two causes of action. The panel could review the actual wrongdoing as well as protecting the employee. They're two separate causes of action. I'm confused on that. It seems to me then if the village is going to be investigating itself, why aren't we just letting FDLE or someone else investigate those bad acts? We are such a small municipality with a handful of employees. Our largest department is the police department, which is probably the highest risk area for anything to happen. And so I don't think it would be our police department doing the investigation or gathering the information for a panel to review. I just would feel much better if this was more fleshed out as far as what is the procedure going to be, what are the MOUs that we can avail ourselves of. If staff had gathered more of that information, I would have a better comfort level moving forward. But right now, there are so many unanswered questions. For example, even who's going to be the person to receive these complaints? I mean, we have a handful of people at Village Hall. Can we outsource that person? Can we have a poster, something like the workers' comp posters at the workplace that says, if you have a whistleblower complaint, call Mr. Smith, and here's his number, and he's our designated complaint person. I don't know if that's a possibility, but that's not spelled out for us.
Ally, can you clarify that for her?
You know something, I got to tell you, the complexity of what I'm hearing in the questions, you know something, if it was me on my commission, I'd say, let's defer it. We got a great IG's office. You're bringing into things, the whole idea was to report at the local level that a problem could occur, the protection of someone wanting to identify it, so you could, one, discourage it from happening, the pressure against identifying a problem, or two, address it in a timely, easy manner, instead of what remedies are out there, yes, already, starting with a good court of law, because you don't jump at a local level right to the state. So you know something, if these concerns about your own municipality's ability to address the problem or identify a resource to address it with you and possibly protect somebody so they'll come forward, I can see that hesitancy if you're doubting your capabilities. I don't doubt that works for the county and other cities, but ironically, we have some counties in Florida that our cities are bigger than. There are only a couple of thousand people in the entire county, Lafayette, Liberty, Taylor counties. And so if the discomfort is there on relying on your own resources or wanting to address it, first with your city to see if you can encourage bad deeds from being pursued or threats about it coming forward, then, you know, don't do it. You know, take your time, go to the IG, ask why it is suggested that the cities be able to do it also, and then maybe they'll hit the comfort zone. But it should be on your side and your resources there, because no one stands alone. And as Marie said, it isn't that common because there really are more good than bad in anything. Most people, when they're found out, they usually don't go into a threat mode. It happens sometimes. That's why we wanted to just say the protection is there if it does. But if the comfort isn't there for you as lawmakers, then by all means, don't do it. You're the voice of the people who elected you, so don't do it. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayman. I think that there's a great benefit and value for whistleblower protection. But where we sit now, a majority of our commission doesn't even feel capable to go out and hire a credentialed manager. Instead, we're in limbo with an interim manager. And I don't think that we have the ability to follow through with what's required of this ordinance. I would like to put it on the shelf and, you know, maybe revisit it when we have a permanent credentialed manager in place that could put in the processes. But right now we're like on a shoestring.
Whatever your pleasure is, you're elected just like I am. You have your own governing body. I just thought with this commission, it was right to bring it, to support bringing it back because of your capabilities. You know, I have the confidence in you, but you have a better understanding on the day-to-day of Biscayne Park. So, whatever you decide to do, the Inspector General is available. It's the county department, but it's the agency available to you all. And she, with Marie and a great staff, have a lot of wisdom. And the same thing with the ethics. I brought him out last time and said, I got this time. And without really for technical, it doesn't sound like you're ready for it. Do whatever your preference is. You'll make a good decision for your village. Today, tomorrow, you'll move on. I'm comfortable with it.
Okay.
What do you do?
Can we move the question? Can we have a motion?
I like to make a motion to approve this, to move this to second ordinance 2020-30 to second reading.
Okay, do we have a second on that? I'll second. Roseanne, you want to call the roll, please?
Mayor Hoppy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
No.
Commissioner Roth,
No.
Commissioner Samaria? Commissioner Samaria?
Oh, Commissioner Samaria, yes.
Commissioner Trudeau?
At this time, no.
Motion carried 3-2.
Okay, I'd like to open up to public comments for anything else. Thank you very much, Maria and Sally.
Thank you, Sally.
Roseanne, I'm sorry, real quickly. There's someone texting me that they're in the waiting room trying to get into the meeting.
I don't see anybody on the waiting room, no.
A resident just texted me and said he's trying to get in. And I believe the background noise is coming from my phone. And I'm sorry, folks, I cannot figure out why now he just texted me he's in the meeting. I have no idea why the sound is coming through my earpiece, but I'm pretty certain it's mine, and I apologize. I have no idea why.
Okay, if I see someone coming in, I'll let in.
We're opening up to public comments.
Okay, we have 2 people that sign up for public comments. David Raymond first. Let me unmute you.
Myself?
David Raymond?
Yes. Good evening, commissioners, staff, neighbors. So I had asked to make a presentation tonight, and I was denied that option, even though I've been able to do presentations in the past. So I'm going to speak quickly. Many residents have been unhappy that the commission has not moved forward with hiring a manager, with starting a process for that. So I drafted a petition. I submitted the petition along with a list of 68 names and addresses of people who signed the petition. And I will say this isn't something I was able to go door to door with out of respect for what's going on with COVID. It's much easier to get people to sign something when you walk up and hand them something and give them a pen. But these were all emailed in. One commissioner said to me when I told them we had 68 signatures, oh, well, that's no big deal out of the number of residents we have. Well, I can tell you it's more people that are on the call tonight. And the 2018 election, one commissioner was elected by a margin of 17 votes, and the next one up by 18. The 68 people can, in fact, make a difference. I submitted the petition and the list to Roseanne yesterday and asked her to please put that in the record, and Roseanne has been very helpful with that, so thank you. I'm not going to read the whole thing since my time is limited, but the petition is demanding that the commission of the Village of Biscayne Park immediately commence the hiring process for a qualified and experienced village manager. So let me just say, this is not personal about David. David, I think, is doing the very best he can, doing the 2 jobs that the commission has tasked him with, which is impossible. And I've had this discussion with David. I've run big agencies for the state where I had literally, I'm not being egotistical, but I had $1 billion budget at DCF with the food stamps and 4,000 employees. I had $60 million budget at the Homeless Trust, and I could not be your village manager. Why? Because I never have been a village manager. Neither has the person who's in the interim job now. If you've done it, you've supervised building departments, and you've supervised code enforcement, you've supervised a clerk, a police department, all of those things. That's something that people who work in government for a long time, unless they're actually doing it, can't do unless they've done it before. So it isn't personal. If anything, I hope that David is relieved by this process because I think he's overwhelmed. And this is the second meeting in a short period of time that he hasn't been at. I'm just throwing that out there because I am actually concerned. And we did speak for way over an hour just a week ago. So I've spoken with most of the commission. Mayor O'Halpin chose to hang up the phone on me for whatever reason. So we didn't get to speak. I might have been telling you, Madam Mayor, that I won the lotto and I was going to give the village $10 million, but I didn't have the opportunity to speak. So at any rate, half the commission believes that we should wait until November because there'll be a new commission. The other half believes we should start right now. So there's an old tenet in family therapy when it comes to negotiations, which is when one side wins and the other side loses, the negotiation ain't over. So what I'm proposing is a compromise. Start the process now, put it out there, put the job out there for 60 days, 90 days. There's a lot going on. When you got your village attorney applications in, you only got 4 this time, 12 last time. Put it out there for period of time, and then have the next commission
Thought, please.
vote on it. I'm sorry?
I said, finish your thought.
I'm trying to. So what I'm asking is that you put the job out,
But your
that you
time
start
is
the
up,
process.
so finish your sentence.
Start the process now, finish it in November at the election. Thank you for that time. Very nice.
Thank you. Mike Eaton?
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
So, hi, my name is Mike Eaton, and I'm a neighbor in North Miami, and I'm part of a coalition of neighborhoods and municipalities that are fighting the aircraft route changes the FAA is planning for our parts of the city. In December of 2019, many of you probably noticed a change in the number of planes over us. These are a kind of precursor to the new flight path that the FAA is planning to implement under their Metroplex program. The program was created to change the efficiencies of flights out of Miami International Airport, shifting from radar navigation to GPS, which will allow them to put more planes in the air over a smaller amount of land and space closer together. Our part of the city are going to see between 300 and 400 planes over us per day, as we have 9 inbound and outbound flight paths intersecting over our part of the city. It is a patently ridiculous concept that they would consider this a good idea. This doesn't even include the Opa-locka traffic that is going to be piled on top of that. The new flight paths have an aircraft flying up the east side of Biscayne Bay over Biscayne Park and then North Miami and then scattering to their destinations. This is going to ruin the livability of all of our neighborhoods. Our ask of the FAA right now is to revert back to the flight paths they have been using for years and take the planes straight out over Miami Beach and into the ocean before turning them north. It's the route that impacts the least number of people and has the least risk of ground damage in the event of an incident. It also gets the aircraft to triple the altitude of the routes the FAA is suggesting before crossing over the mainland to their destinations north, which will massively reduce the sound impact on the ground and the particle disbursement from the engines. I can't even stress how big of a deal this is. We are seeing above us prior to COVID was nothing compared to what is coming. The FAA is taking comments on their plans for the remainder of this week, and we need as many people as we can to comment to them. We started a Facebook page named Sky Justice Miami. Please, if you could get your citizens and anybody on this call to sign up, get your friends, your neighbors, and go to the links in the post to comment to the FAA. The more people we can get to comment, the better. We've been working with all of our local politicians, including Commissioner Kennedy, and are engaging with the FAA on a federal level. Congressman Wilson and her staff met with the FAA today, and we're awaiting results of that meeting to plot our next move. Candidly, we are victims of a federal lobbying effort by other wealthier, better connected, and less diverse areas of Miami-Dade that grew tired of the aircraft noise over them, even though they knew the aircrafts were part of the deal when they moved there. Now it's our turn to have the airplane noise moved over us, according to the FAA. As we all know, we did not sign up for this. It's absurd that the FAA can unilaterally destroy the outdoor livability of tens of thousands of people in the Biscayne corridor without reasonable input from the residents most impacted, that they're trying to sneak the comment period in during a state of emergency and pandemic when there's no real discussion. So please go and encourage anybody in Biscayne Park.
Mr. Eaton, your time is up. Finish the thought, but give us the website again to go on.
It's called Sky Justice Miami. It is a Facebook page. All the information on how to comment to the FAA is on that site.
Okay, thank you.
Chuck Ross?
Thank you.
We'll put it on our website of Biscayne Park.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Chuck Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. First, can you not time me on this for 1 second? Roseanne, that extraneous noise, can you not locate it in the background and figure out how to mute it? Because it's highly annoying.
To me, it disappeared.
It's gone now?
I don't see
Okay.
how. I don't.
All right, thank you. First thing I want to say is that at the last meeting, I believe it was, the mayor threw out a number regarding the legal fees being $17,000 and was very concerned about the high costs. I want to point out that there are 4 categories of legal fees. There's something called transition. There's something called Samaria. There's something called COVID, and there's something called general. The general, normal, non-reoccurring, reoccurring legal fees are only $9,116 for 2 full months. That's actually below budget. So I think it's unfair to characterize that the legal fees are out of control. We had transition issues, which, if I recall correctly, a lot of that had to do with the firing of our former manager, COVID, which obviously has to do with the pandemic going on, and there was a minor amount due to Dan's case, very minor. So the next thing I want to talk about is, this is an issue for, well, I don't know if I'm going to get to this. Let me go ahead and move forward with this. At the last meeting, I also want to say that the mayor allowed David Hernandez to interrupt the most experienced commissioner sitting up there, Rox Ross, and he essentially shouted her down while she had the floor. He took the floor away from her, in fact, and then what I would consider bullied her. It was completely inappropriate and it was insubordinate. And the mayor should have probably cautioned him and said to stop, either stop him, and if he refused to stop, then she should have asked him to leave the room because he was out of control. That's your job, Mayor, to run the meeting and to control your staff if they are out of order. David was out of order completely. The last thing I want to say is I have a question for the attorney. This has to do with our charter. If the mayor's position is strictly a ceremonial position, when we have this clause that says that the mayor or 4 commissioners can call a special or emergency meeting, it seems just the mayor doesn't have any more powers other than being a ceremonial position, as I said. Doesn't this a kind of a conflict? This is really for, is it possible if this is a conflict, maybe we need to reconsider how emergency and special meetings are called, despite the fact it's in the charter, possibly that clause is void. That's all, thank you.
Okay, we have Janie Anderson.
Thank you. Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. Regarding item 10A, rules of procedures, I just feel it's really unfortunate that we're continuing to see time and money spent on an item that does nothing to directly benefit the community. Well, now, yes, it's not nearly as onerous as it once was. It's still overkill. It just seems unnecessary in a small town where what you need is flexibility. Instead, I can envision meetings where you're going to actually be less productive. Everybody's trying to remember the rules, and everybody's enforcing the rules on each other. This is something I wish you would just let go. The attorney recruitment. Actually, looking back over all the years, you're actually pretty lucky to have gotten 4 responses, including 2 very strong firms. There have been times in the past where there were only 2 responses in total. And for anyone who's thinking you need to re-advertise, there's only one thing you've got guaranteed if you re-advertise, and that you can postpone making the decision. But you really need to focus on quality, not quantity. I did some inquiring about the candidates you did have. Neighbors Giblin comes extremely highly thought of. Ethically, the comments made about them were that they hire very well. They've got significant municipal experience. They seem to cover every specialty the village could ever need and went to great detail in their presentation. This certainly should save on hiring outside counsel because that's where things get really pricey. And the attorney they'd assigned is very well respected former Broward County attorney. But what I found truly impressive is they obviously did their homework. And I quote from their presentation, "Our approach to serving local government entities, including municipalities, is that we represent the village, not the mayor or individual village commission members, the village manager, or staff." They further go on to say, "We take this responsibility and are the village's advocate, but we also recognize that our role is neither to develop policy nor implement it, and we take great pains not to overstep our bounds as the village's legal counsel." They truly know us. They know where our issues were, and you have a clear picture of their philosophy. I would hope you invite them and John's firm back next month for a presentation and a Q&A. Quarterly resident awards, great idea, Mac. I think it'd be a fun way to bring up community spirit and involvement. David Raymond, thank you so much for all your efforts. And actually, anybody who just poo-pooed 68 signers, 68 people that you didn't meet face to face and signing while all this craziness is going on, that's a pretty good number. And I really would like, it's very distressing to think any commission member would just blow that off. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Anderson?
Bob is muted.
Okay, I was in the middle of trying to unmute myself here.
Go ahead.
So, you know, first, I concur with everything that Janie Anderson said. But next month, I want to bring something up that you guys are going to be discussing next month. Next month, you're going to be discussing the bids from the waste providers. They need to have the same, we need to be hearing that they have the same type of service we have now. That is side yard pickup, garbage once a week, and then not side yard pickup garbage. Once a week, front yard pickup of the trash, not using mechanical claws, instead picking up by hand. On 10A, the commission rules of procedures. This has been brought up before. Each time it was voted down. It was not needed then, and it is not needed now. The mayor chairs the meeting. The chair conducts of how the meeting is run. You don't need a list of printed rules on running a meeting. It is the chair's job to do this. 11A, attorney's recruitment. Think about some of the proposals that state a flat fee with no limits on hours. This is like going to a place to eat. One price for all you want to eat. Do you think it is quality food or cheap food? Remember, you get what you pay for. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen De Leon?
Thank you for having me. This is Karen in North Miami. I was invited by Mac. We've been working on the airplane issue, and Mike Eaton did a very good job of summarizing it. I think Mac is pretty up to date on it. I did just find out, though, that tomorrow morning, as part of the county commission meeting, there is going to be a citizens forum presentation from the FAA. It's item 1E1. I know the special presentations start at 8:30. I have no idea how long that lasts virtually. Citizens forum presentation usually starts sometime thereafter. It would be very interesting to hear the claims that the FAA is making that they cannot put the planes out over the ocean. I served on Opelika Noise Abatement Task Force. My husband served on MIA Task Force. It used to be that the planes departed Miami International Airport and they went 5 miles or 5,000 feet before they made a turn. This put the noise, yes, over a swath of Miami Beach, but they bought in line with a runway. Then the planes would go out over the ocean. That's the safest thing, you guys. The takeoffs and landings are the most dangerous. We don't need low-flying airplanes arriving and departing over our heads. Departures are heavy. They're filled with fuel. They're loud. We also have Opelika to contend with. We are saying with NextGen to send them out over the ocean. The FAA's come up with a bunch of excuses as to why that can't be. So we ask for your support of the resolution that Mac is putting forth tonight. And please, everybody, visit Sky Justice Miami on Facebook. We're hoping that the public comment period will get extended by FAA because it started May 11th without anybody knowing about it. It closes July 10th and is only a few days away. Excuse me. So thank you for your consideration, and any questions, please feel free to call upon us.
Thank you. Mayor, I don't see anybody raising the hand, so I believe we
I guess
done
that's
public comments. Oh,
Fred and Dan.
okay, then Schneider.
You're muted. Dan, you're muted.
Go
Hi
ahead.
there, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dan Schneider, 11705 Northeast 11th Place, and I want to talk a little bit about the new meeting rules that are proposed. I think this is pretty clearly an attempt by commissioners who may not be as polished and may not be as well spoken to try and quiet down other commissioners who are more polished and are better speakers. I don't think we should be doing anything that lowers the bars for our commissioners. I think the best thing would be if those commissioners signed up maybe for some public speaking classes or did other things that would improve their written communication skills. I recently received an email from a commissioner where his name was spelled wrong and also his title wasn't spelled correctly. So I think that we don't need to be shutting people up. We need to be getting other people to participate more and show up at meetings prepared and ready to get down to work. And regarding the managers, hiring of a permanent manager, I completely support David Raymond's effort. I think it's just, you guys need to do it. I mean, David has now missed 2 of the last 3 meetings. I don't know what the problem is, but that's not acceptable. We need somebody who is experienced and is going to put in the time and show up at these meetings and get things done. That's just all that it is. And the last thing I want to say is, Ginny, the way you responded to David Raymond was unacceptable. You owe David Raymond an apology. That wasn't cool. You ran because you said that people were too nasty at these meetings. You shut him down. You were horrible to him. That's unacceptable. And that's all I have to say. You owe him an apology.
Okay.
Fred is muted also.
I'm sorry, who?
Fred Jonas, right? Unmute.
I see. I didn't see the raise a hand.
He raised his hand, Fred. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Fred Jonas, 918 119th Street. I want to say that generally speaking, I liked Christian Manners, but I agreed that there came a time when his employment with us was untenable. And I absolutely agreed with the 4 of you to dismiss him. We replaced him with David Hernandez because Ginny approached David and asked him to do her an interim favor, which he grudgingly agreed to do. He said he felt bad about it because he liked Christian, but he agreed to be the interim manager. And things have completely stalled out. The commission has ignored everybody who appeals to it to move the process along. Now you have David Raymond, who's produced 60-something petition signatures, and it sounds like that's being ignored too. And I really just don't understand what is the problem with the commission. If you're not going to go forward and do what we have to do when we have an interim manager, interim defines itself. If you're not going to do something about it, please explain to us why you've decided you just don't want to do anything about it. David is frankly not doing a great job. A couple people have pointed out he stopped coming to meetings. This is not okay. We really need help. This is a time that we need help more than we usually do. We need really high-class expert help. David just did us a temporary favor, and we can't fall down and forget about our part of this. So please move this along now.
Is there anybody else for public speaking?
No, I don't see anybody. Okay, David Kazerka.
David C. Dave C.
Dave Kazerka.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, so I was, first of all, hope everyone is staying safe and healthy. It looks like everybody's doing a great job, so I'm glad to see that. It is difficult out there, but you know, somehow, some way together, we'll get through this. I just wanted, I was here today because I know you, I saw on the agenda the FAA issue, and a lot of folks have, called me about it as well, and I've had some opportunities to work with other communities on it, but I just wanted to be here to listen to see if you all are going to move forward to support the resolution. And if you do, I'd be happy to continue to work with our neighbors, advocates, to see what we can do to try to see if we can convince the FAA to try to keep those patterns out on the oceans. I've had a chance to talk with Karen, who's doing a phenomenal job, and some other commissioners in other communities where, as you know, I'm close to in North Miami, having been former commissioner over there way back. So I'd be happy to, be part of the discussions with them if you all decide in supporting the resolution that you'd like me to assist in any way. And I've already been talking with Senator Pizzo and others as well, who's been meeting. He has been meeting with some of the key folks in FAA as well.
Okay, I've closed public comments. And the next item is the commission meetings that Commissioner Kennedy wants to discuss. 8A. You're muted, Mac. You're muted.
I'm trying to unmute him.
You're still muted, Mac.
Vice Mayor, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
I'm good? Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were going to jump to that. I thought we were going something else first. Okay, so this is 8A that I asked to be pulled for discussion. I'll make this really quick. It's the commission meeting minutes for June 2nd. And I want to make a correction that is very important and timely this evening because one of the topics will be coming up at our August 4th meeting. In the meeting minutes, it says regarding the direction that we gave David for the solid waste proposals, it says that at the August 4th meeting, he should come back with piggyback options, an in-house plan, and it says in the meeting minutes that he should come back with an RFP. To be clear, this is critically important. This must be changed.
What number
we
is
did not instruct it.
What number is that?
It's on the 6A, 6A on the minutes.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Okay.
Okay. So in the minutes, it says that we instructed him to do 3 things, and one of them says for him to come back with an RFP for solid waste. We need to be very abundantly clear. That is not what we instructed David to do. We instructed David to get that RFP out and to come back at August 4th with bids from that RFP. Guys, that is critically important, and we must correct that because at our next regular commission meeting, David has been tasked to come back with options for us to consider. And I firmly believe that he thinks, or at least is saying he thinks, that he's to come back only with an RFP. To my understanding, that RFP was never put out. I have asked him several times in writing and in person, and I'm not slamming David. I'm just making this really clear. To my understanding, that RFP was never put out.
No.
And all of us are expecting bids at the August 4th meeting. We can't have bids if the RFP is not out. I'm going to read you exactly, and I sent an email to John Herron and Roseanne and David with the timestamp for the June 2nd meeting, asking them to share this with all of the other commissioners so they could watch the video and hear it for themselves. I won't read the entire transcript, but here are some important things that you need to know. After we had an extensive conversation about getting an RFP out now for bids, and I'm the one who said now, and I emphasize now very strongly, I then said the motion, quote, the motion is that at the August meeting, you will come back with bids from an RFP that will go out immediately. You'll present an in-house plan and you will present piggyback options. Those are the 3 things that you will present to us at the August 4th meeting, to which David replied, correct. We then had further discussion about extending the Waste Pro contract to September 30th, separate topic altogether. But we all need to be very clear that at the August 4th meeting, we're expecting bids to come back from an RFP that I don't think has been put out yet. I asked for it. I asked for confirmation that it was placed. Maybe Roseanne can speak to that. But it's important that the meeting minutes reflect that we instructed David to come back with bids from the RFP, not with a copy of an RFP itself. That's what I say needs to be corrected. And then one other little detail, it's just a sloppy little thing. We noted that the vice mayor, I was appointed the new vice mayor, selected, I don't know what word to use. It doesn't say that in the meeting minutes. It just says I'm next in line, but it doesn't say that I was voted to be the mayor, the vice mayor, or however it was appointed. But most importantly, it's the meeting minutes regarding the waste RFP.
Good night.
Commissioner Ross?
I have some additional comments. I took the time to listen to the entire June 6th meeting this weekend. And then after that, I treated myself to Hamilton for something happy to do. But Mac is absolutely correct. The direction was for the manager to come back with the bids. And we even had the discussion that he could not have the RFP out and at the same time be negotiating with Waste Pro other than the extension we asked for, period. He could not be negotiating with Waste Pro for a contract going forward and also have an RFP out on the street. We talked all about that in great detail. And in addition to that, there was a provision, a request of him to report every 2 weeks on his progress, which we have not seen. I mentioned that when we started the meeting. But that being said, the direction to the manager is not effective when we approve the minutes. The direction was given on that day. So I think he should have a clear understanding. And if he didn't, he should go back and should have gone back and listened to the tape. Of course, David's not here today. I don't see the chief in his seat, so I don't know that he's listening to any of this so that he can convey it to David. But I'm expecting in August to have everything on the table to make a decision, because after we make that decision, there's still many steps that we have to go through before we put something in place if we're going to choose another vendor. So whether the draft minutes say it or not, the directive was given. The manager has his instruction. There are a number of other things that are not correct about these minutes, and I actually took the time to draft and yellow line and highlight things that need to be changed on these minutes because they're not accurate. One of which is we had an extensive presentation from FDOT, but I don't want to take away from the main focus is sanitation, solid waste, and we need to get that done. So what I suggest is that we give our input to the clerk and that she alter the minutes, but that in no way impacts the direction that was given to the manager. It was clear and he said he understood it, and I expect him to abide by it.
Thank you for that clarification, Rox. I did not really completely understand how that works, and that's why I brought up to have the minutes corrected. I wanted to make sure that they also reflected what we directed him to do that night, but thank you for educating me on how that works.
I do know that he spoke to 2 different companies. I have no idea if he got bids or not, but I do know that because
Well, he's not allowed to speak to companies without an RFP being out. That was something that John Herron educated us all about at the last meeting, that David is not allowed to negotiate with anybody. There's the cone of silence that I heard about for the very first time, but he's not allowed to negotiate with anybody. I do understand that he was in contact with the county about the possibility of them taking over our waste, and I even asked him at that time, David, are you allowed to have this conversation with them? I reminded him about the cone of silence that John told us about, and I wasn't calling him out on it. I was questioning him and said, David, are you sure you're allowed to do that? And he said, sure I am. I said, is it because they're a government? And I didn't get a straight answer from him. But he has been in contact with the county about taking over, about what it would entail to have them take over. I don't know, Ginny, if you're telling us he's talked to other people. I'd like to know how you know that and what exactly you know. But first, I'd like to hear Roseanne answer. Is the RFP out, Roseanne? Has it been put out?
Commissioner, let me ask you that. Roseanne.
Then, guys, we have a really serious problem.
Hold on, Commissioner. please allow me to answer your question.
David is working on the RFP.
Commissioner, Roseanne, let me
Sarah,
answer-
do you know?
I'm listening.
Okay. Just to answer the question really quick, because you deserve it, and the residents deserve the information. David has had discussions with the county as a backup plan, so he can have an understanding of what services and what they do for other municipalities. The RFP has not, let me repeat this again, has not been completed and it's out. And when we talk about the cone of silence, let me explain this also. John, if I'm wrong, please correct me. The cone of silence would be applicable at the time that RFP is out. Currently, there is no RFP out in place.
Commissioner Ross?
Madam Mayor and members of the commission, when you put an RFP out, you designate who the individual is that the potential vendors can communicate. The vendors are prohibited by the cone of silence from communicating with you all individually and trying to lobby you or staff for the work. So someone in the bid document itself is identified as the individual who the prospective vendors can in fact communicate with under the cone of silence. Beyond that individual, the vendors are prohibited from communicating with anyone else regarding responding to the RFP. But it only comes into play once the RFP is put out on the street, and to the extent that it specifically identifies who the contact person is that the vendors can reach out to and discuss the potential response. And that could be the manager or it could be someone else.
Okay, so the vendors are not allowed to talk to the commission, but they are allowed to talk to staff, including the manager.
Designated
or
staff.
whoever the country. Designated staff. Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. I did not understand that from last time. But let's get back to the most important part of this conversation before we get buried in some weeds here, and that is the RFP is not put out, guys. We have a meeting, what is it, 4 weeks from tonight? Is he now going to be able to get bids back to us? We have a very serious issue with waste collection in this town. I know some of you don't engage with residents very well, but I do. And I can tell you it's the single hottest topic in this village is what the hell's going on with our trash. It's never completed. It's never completed, never. 3 times a week, Waste Pro is supposed to be in this village, and they never complete it. They don't complete trash pickup. They don't complete recycling pickup. They don't complete bulk. And then they come back in the village again and again and again. Last week, I believe, Waste Pro was in this village 5 days, and they still didn't get it done. And you drive around this village, and it looks horrible. I can't speak for the rest of you, but I can tell you that in my personal opinion, I'm embarrassed at the way Biscayne Park streets look right now because of the trash on the streets. It's horrible. And we need to fix it. And we can't fix it if we don't have all the options in front of us at the August 4th meeting. And it's starting to look like we're not going to have those options in front of us. I don't know if David can now get the RFP out and get the bids back that we need to see.
Commissioner Ross?
First of all, a comment on that sound that keeps reverberating. I believe that it is the speaker and the mic between Roseanne and Jenny. I think the two of you, your computers are picking up the sound from the other computer, and so it's echoing back. It's reverberating. We could test it by turning both of the volumes off on both of yours, and then maybe that could be a good test. I don't know, or muting both of you and see if that happens. But I think that's where the problem is.
Well, Janie Anderson, she's muted. And on my case.
No, Roseanne, the mayor and you, because you are a couple of feet from each other. I think it's reverberating.
My door closed.
They're 20 feet from each other with the door closed.
If you listen to the cadence of what is fed back, it is an echo of what is being said. And I don't know anybody else who's in the same room with an open mic.
No, it's just the commission that has the open mic for now. And usually the sound, when there is a sound, I see the frame highlighting. And
as you're speaking, Roseanne, I hear the echo probably that's coming into the mayor's mic.
but I have my door closed.
I'm just saying, the sound is
20 feet away.
The sound is traveling and we're hearing that echo, but we'll try to ignore it. It actually sounds worse when you listen to the YouTube because it's somehow amplified, but let's go to the meat of what we're talking about here. Chief Cabrera, do you have any idea of the status of that RFP for the waste service?
You're muted, Louis, you're muted. Unmute.
I'm trying to unmute him. There you go. Chief Cabrera.
I muted myself to afford the commissioner the opportunity to ask the question and not interrupt her with any outside noises. Commissioner, to answer your question, the information that I've obtained regarding the RFP is that it's currently being worked on.
I guess you can call that a status, but I'm not very satisfied with it. My next question was going to be of the attorney, John Herron. Our current agreement with Waste Pro is considered a franchise, and the village charter requires that a franchise be approved by ordinance, which would require, of course, 2 readings. So assuming that an RFP goes out and the bids are collected and they're graded and the manager comes back with a successful bidder, the commission approves it, they send another manager to negotiate a contract. Now I think we still have to go through an ordinance process for the franchise.
To the extent that the agreement and the parties agree that it grants a franchise under the charter language that you're mentioning, it would have to be approved by ordinance. If the parties and the commission and everyone agrees that it's not a granting of a franchise, and I'm not saying it is or it isn't at this point in time, then you could theoretically approve it by resolution as opposed by ordinance.
So part of the agreement as it is now brings back certain funds to the village to compensate for the impact of the trucks rolling on village streets, theoretically, and to compensate other aspects of the service itself. I'm not sure where the line is, what causes it to be a franchise. I thought it was that payment back to the village, similar to the FPL franchise. We say we're going to exclusively use your service, and in return, you're going to give us back something.
Again, as a general rule, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I have not been asked by anyone to specifically review the existing Waste Pro agreement, or for that matter, a prospective agreement with whomever gets selected to make that ultimate determination whether or not it needs to go through an ordinance approval, 2 public hearings, or it can be adopted by resolution.
Okay, I apologize, John. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, and I didn't preview this with you before, but sitting here and trying to project out the timing of this, the goal line gets farther and farther away from us if we don't get to the point where we have the bids and we're ready to make a decision in August, and that was my point.
I understand I understand your reason why you're mentioning it, and it does put things further down the road if in fact it needs to be approved by ordinance. I'm not disagreeing.
Okay, we got problems, folks, and we need to figure out what some solutions are going to be here. So we have an RFP that's not out. How much, if it went out tomorrow, what's the earliest that we could put a deadline on there for responses?
Commissioner Kennedy, are you asking me?
I'm asking anybody who knows the answer. What is traditional here? The RFP, as it was done last time, for example.
Again, not having looked at the past RFP, but generally speaking, you put an RFP out on the street for 30 to 60 days, depending upon the importance of the document and what the service that you're seeking.
Okay, but I'm going to suggest something here to the commission, and if someone says it's appropriate for a motion, I'll make a motion to the effect that I think this commission needs to take full responsibility for getting this issue solved, and we need to agree to call a special meeting to look at those bids when they come in, because we're going to miss the August 4th meeting. We can't wait until the September meeting, and we have other special meetings coming up for budgets and things. We're going to have to call a meeting and get this done, guys. We can't sit on this. We cannot sit on this. This has been going on for going on a year. And look at the streets of this village. I have lost all patience in this regard, and so have a lot of residents. So if it's appropriate, I'll make a motion that we agree now that we will call a special meeting in the month of August to consider bids from the Waste Pro RFP when they come in, so we don't have to wait until the September meeting.
So just to go through the RFP process, but I think John can walk us through that generally, because what I have seen happen is you put the invitation out there, you receive the bids. It's usually the clerk who's the contact person for any questions, and then the response to those questions has to go out to all of the bidders, to everyone who is being invited to bid. And then when the bid closes, generally the manager puts together a panel. Usually it's the manager, public waste person, the clerk, maybe someone else in the industry, to review the bids, and they have sort of a review sheet criteria that they check through. At that point, they come to the commission with their recommended successful bidder, and the commission decides. So it's not really, I mean, you may have the backup. We probably should have all of the backup that led to that decision, but it's not usually the commission that decides who's going to be, who rates the bidding, who rates in the bidding. But
doesn't the commission select the vendor, make the final selection?
Yes. Right.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, thank you for that, Roxanne. I think we all need to be prepared to do whatever it takes. And if that means we have a special meeting in the month of August to get this done, we've got to agree to get this done. We can't let this hang out there.
Chief Cabrera, could we do something to make sure before the end of the week we have the RFPs put out?
Let me just interject a second. Commissioner Rox is absolutely correct. That's how it's typically happens. As you know, like it happened now with the village attorney, we did not convene a panel. So I guess that would be something that the commissioners can decide. That process is taken out, and then it goes directly to the commissioners. That would be their determination. But I will have a discussion with the manager and make sure that I relay the information that the commissioners are requesting.
Mr. Henry?
I'm sorry, Roseanne, to interrupt. Just for clarification, Chief.
Yes,
the process that we went through with the search for a village attorney is not the same process that is required for a municipal contract such as the waste management contract. So the village attorney is a personal service contract, and they're treated differently. The village, I don't believe, can easily waive that competitive bid process. I think
what I'm saying,
criteria that have to be met, and I don't see how we can meet them.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Commissioner, by no means. I'm just trying to come to a happy medium here, because Commissioner McDonald was saying, what are the different mechanisms that could possibly put in so we can expedite it and have this meeting, this special meeting that you're having a discussion about. And that is just a suggestion that I clearly stated would be up to the commission. You're right, the charter or your process may not allow it. You may be absolutely right. I'm just bringing up options, and that's all I'm discussing.
Well, Chief, let me suggest if you have conversations with the interim manager, I'm sure daily, but if he has any misunderstanding about what his direction was from the commission, primarily the most immediate thing was to put out an RFP and to collect bids. If he is somehow missed that instruction, can you please make sure that he's aware of it and that he puts and that he does his job by the end of the week?
I will relay that information to him. I understood those instructions clearly. I think the last time we had this discussion, I will relay that.
Okay,
Mr. Harry?
Ma'am?
Can I have a clarification? Just to pass along to David. When we have the RFP out, all the conversation with the county, with the feedback, everything has to stop, right?
Yes.
Mr. Hiram? You're muted, John.
I'm sorry. Well, Roseanne, I didn't.
Oh. When we have the RFP out, all the conversations that David must be conducting with the county, the county service, and also with feedback or anything related.
No.
Must stop.
No. The RFP or the public procurement process, let's call it that. The public procurement process is a standalone. There's nothing that prohibits David from pursuing the alternatives that this commission has directed him to pursue.
Okay.
So
that's good. That's good. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
I have another question around this topic, and then I hope we could just go to the minutes and say we're going to defer them to next meeting. But one of the things that was asked of David was to talk to Waste Pro and make sure that we have an extension until November 30th so that we can complete all of this selection process and put them on notice that we're going to require their resources until then. Does Roseanne or Chief, do either of you know if we have now, if he actually secured and Waste Pro agreed to do our service to November 30th?
I discussed this in my preparation for today's meeting. I looked at the different topics that were going to be discussed. So I discussed this with him, and he says that he has discussed with them this issue, and he's gotten a verbal confirmation, but he has not yet gotten a written confirmation of an extension.
Thank you.
That's what I was told last week as well when I asked that. They said yes verbally, but nothing in writing yet. And I stressed that I think something that important should be in writing.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to understand what Commissioner Kennedy is saying in reference to his workshop. We're going to have the bid go out, and then the bids are going to come in, and then at the August commission meeting, special commission meeting, what are you trying to accomplish with that?
I didn't hear the end of your...
Commissioner Kennedy, if I'm trying to understand, okay, you're saying that the RP goes out, let's say it goes out tomorrow, we get all the bids, and it's in the special commission meeting in August. What are you trying to accomplish with that? Is that where we're going to be picking the bids?
I think, Commissioner Kennedy, when we get the bids, I have absolutely no problem that we'll call a special meeting. I don't think we have to do that now. Let's put the bids out and see what we get.
Well, what I was saying, I think we need to all understand that it's that important and that we have to be prepared for a special meeting. Yeah, because we're not going to get them back by the August 4th meeting. So is that something we can just do by consensus, Ginny?
I'm sorry?
Is that something we can just do by consensus now that we all agree in theory that we'll have a meeting in a special meeting in August for that?
Well, let's see
topic?
what we get back, no?
How
Don't
many
we
bids
wanna
we get
say-
back?
Commissioner Cabrera?
I'm ready to meet.
Really quick, Commissioner Rocks, I want to make sure, because you're the most knowledgeable commissioner as far as being on the commission prior. Let me make sure, the information that we're putting out is open, transparent, and as factual as possible. We put out an RFP. Once the RFP comes out, we have a panel that will review the RFPs and number them, and then at that time, they will provide recommendations, and then it goes to the commission. Did I understand you clearly? Was that it? Was that what you said?
I'll defer to the village attorney with.
As a general rule, that's the process, and you would specify that process in the RFP document itself. When the RFP is published, when the responses are due back, when the selection committee will meet, when it'll issue its recommendation, and when its recommendation will go to the village commission for consideration. That's an abbreviated schedule, and that's generally contained within the RFP itself.
John, is that just so the Commissioner Kenny can narrow down a timeline, and the commission? Is that required, that panel, or not?
And again, it is in some instances, in some jurisdictions, the selection committee is mentioned and it's specified who it is, and that's what I would envision would be in this RFP as well.
Okay, that answers the timeliness matter, Commissioner Kennedy.
I just question whether we need a panel. I think the 5 of us are reasonably intelligent and we know what problems are with the waste problem.
No,
The reviewing of the bids and the classifying them or rating them is an executive function that is handled by staff and staff appointees. It's not a function for the electeds.
Generally speaking, Commissioner Ross is correct. In order to save potentially time, for example, the RFP could specify that it's one individual that is to review and make the rankings that will go before the village commission.
But to be clear, John, you said it could even be an individual. So if David, for example, said he'll do it himself and he'll bring them to us ranked, do we still see all the bids though?
You'll see the rankings and the report, the memo prepared by staff.
Okay, so it's not that none of the bids will be removed from the stack that's given to us. We'll see them all. Someone will have gone through them and ranked them for us.
Correct. Once they're received by the village, they're a public record and they can't be disposed of.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to make sure that we see them all. Yeah, I don't think. Okay, I understand the process now. I just want to make sure that we are prepared to do what we have to do in the month of August. I want to know that everyone's taking this as seriously as we should.
Nobody's going on vacation. There's no place to go.
There's nowhere to go.
Right, we're going to be here, like it or not.
So it sounds like we've gotten all the comments. If we could wrap up this item, I suggest that, I don't know that we need a vote, but maybe just by consensus, ask the clerk to review the minutes, send in your suggestions. I had mine written up and I sent them to her. That's probably the most efficient way to get it done the way you think it should be done. And we'll look at the minutes again next time we meet. But as I said initially, approval of the minutes is not what makes effective the commission's directive.
Okay, does everybody agree with submitting your corrections for the minutes to the clerk?
Agree.
Yes.
Dan?
Yes, I agree.
Yes, he said yes.
Okay, yes. Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Ross are
Yes.
yeses, and Commissioner Tudor. Okay, so we will put that over. And now we have Resolution 2020-31. Commissioner Kennedy, do you want to?
What?
I'm not sure we're going in the correct order.
Well,
One second.
it's.
No, we have to, we removed resolution 2020-31 and 32 to be discussed, right?
32 was withdrawn, Roseanne. 31 is for discussion now and voting.
No, Dan asked
No,
for that
it's
to be
not.
pulled as well.
It's for this, we have nothing under consent. This is going to be. the
We have
next
nothing on
item to
consent,
discuss.
that's correct.
Correct. So this would be the next item. So Mayor, if you allow me, I'll read the title of the resolution.
Okay.
Resolution 2020-31, a resolution of the Village Commission, of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, urging the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, to modify flight path and altitudes imposed by Next Gen Air Transportation to pre-Next Gen, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay, is there a motion on that?
I make a motion that we pass resolution 2020-31 as presented. And as part of that, and as part of that motion, I would like to direct staff to send it to the people that are specifically listed in the resolution, some of our state and federal representatives, and also administrators at the FAA, and also to engage our lobbyist, Dave Caserta, to help get this pushed through for us.
Commissioner Kennedy, that's the question I have to ask. Are we using taxpayer money?
We have a motion and a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, that's for discussion, right? Okay, question, are we using taxpayer money to do this? We're using our lobbyists to do this?
Well, to be clear, when I say I wrote the resolution, that's a stretch. I basically copied and pasted the North Miami resolution, and I made some changes to it. First, I called our attorney and said, am I allowed to plagiarize? And he said, government documents, it's not plagiarizing when you lift from another government's document. So he assured me I could do that. I sent it in as to be put on the consent agenda, and then John worked on it as well, and he dressed it up a bit more. And I believe Roseanne or John added the flight path map, which I greatly appreciate you adding on to my resolution. Beyond that, I had a conversation with Dave Caserta, our lobbyist, and asked him if this was something that he would get involved in, because I didn't know if this was something that is in his wheelhouse. And he said yes, that he would take the direction of the village to do that. So I certainly did not direct him to do anything, but we had conversations about it. He's here tonight because I asked him to join us. So I appreciate Dave being here. And I did ask him, is this something we would have to pay you for? And he assured me that it's part of our contract with him to represent us as our lobbyist. I also asked the interim manager and said, is it okay if I talk to Dave? I'm still trying to figure out the rules. Am I allowed to talk to him about this? And he assured me yes. And I said, will this be something we end up paying more money for? And he said, no, don't worry about it. Go ahead and talk to Dave about whatever you want to. And Dave assured me it won't cost us a dime as far as he's concerned.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor, if you allow me, I just unmute Mr. Caserta.
Yeah, the Vice Mayor is correct. You have me year round, and so I'm happy, and I've always, for the last, 18 years, Ross, we've been working with y'all, and whatever is needed, I do my best to try to get it done and help in any way I can. So there's no extra cost, no nothing.
Okay, we want to do a vote on this? Resolution 2020-31.
I think Rox has a point she wants to make.
Just a comment, quick comment. Dave Caserta, for what we pay him annually, it's probably almost minimum wage, because he puts a lot of hours for us, and it's not just the time actively, but actively lobbying and looking for our interests, but he also has his ear to the ground and picks up on important information that helps promote things that we need. So I have total faith in what he's doing for us in Tallahassee and here locally.
Thank you.
I myself, go ahead, Dave.
No, I said thank you. It's a love for the community, and you know that. I've always loved all of you, and anything I can do, I'm there for you. So thank you for that. That's very nice. Appreciate it.
Thanks. So I myself saw North Miami's resolution and drafted one for us. By the time I submitted it, I think it was John that told me, oh, we already have one from another commissioner. I offered to co-sponsor, but I guess we can't get the mechanics of that down right because of sunshine.
Oh, I hadn't heard that, Rox.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about yours either, so I'm happy that you brought it up. And frankly, you did a much nicer job than I did, so thank you.
Well, that John Herron did a much nicer job because he cleaned it up. Trust me, yours would have been much better. So thank you, John, for cleaning it up.
Can we call for a vote on this, Roseanne?
Yes. Mayor Horton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samari?
Yes.
Commissioner Tudor?
Yes.
5-0. Motion passes.
Thank you, guys.
Mayor, real quick, I'm going to step away for just 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Hey, while we're waiting for Will to come back, Ginny, can you tell me the order of the next couple of items? Because when we start moving things around, I lose track. So tell me what tell me what the next three things are, please.
-20 is
We're going to do the commission rules first. Okay, that's next. And then we go into old business and new business?
Attorney recruitment, old business, right, and then new business.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And with
When
all your requests.
when we move things around, I get confused.
The manager.
Okay. Okay, close this up.
I'll get water too while we're waiting. Okay. The Commission Rules of Procedure 2020. John?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and members of the Commission, this is Resolution 2020-20, a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, adopting rules and procedures for Commission meetings and workshops, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. You know, very briefly, the genesis of this resolution was a proposed ordinance that was put together by my predecessor and that came forward to this commission, I think for second reading and adoption. And the decision was to take a look at it and convert that ordinance into a resolution to give you more flexibility and providing a little bit more flexibility with regard to when you want to potentially change these rules. I want to make it very clear, as I did at the first, when this was first brought before the commission for consideration, this is your document. While staff and primarily myself had a hand in drafting it, there's nothing that can't be changed. modified or removed if that's the desire of the commission. So with that, I'll leave it to you all. At the last meeting, one last comment. At the last meeting, a number of comments were made about modifications to the resolution, and many of those modifications were written into the document as we went along 2 months ago. So as a result, what you have before you, and as reflected in the resolution and the agenda cover memo, are what were the remaining issues that you all asked me to look at and modify. And I'm looking here at my notes. You asked me to clarify the notice, the 24-hour notice requirement, which I did. To allow for the addition of materials at workshops, which we did. We looked at resolution 2010-6 and made sure that this document is consistent with that document. We added language that public notices of the meetings and anything that that's subject to the rules would be placed on not only the village website, but all social media platforms that an email blast that the village participates in. Again, items can be added to special meetings by simple majority, whereas the initial draft specified a supermajority. I added the language from the charter about the roll call, and also made the change that you asked me to move on the form of the agenda, the village manager comments before public comments. To the extent that there are remaining issues or questions and concerns that I had, I've highlighted them in yellow on the document, and just asked for your direction as to whether or not what we've put together is acceptable, or change it as you see fit.
Thank you. Do we want to make a motion for discussion on this?
I'll make a motion to discuss it.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Commissioner Samaria, do you want to start?
No, since this was originally Commissioner Tudor's agenda item, I'd like to hear from him first to refresh my memory of everything that we've done.
Commissioner Tudor?
Yeah, no, looking over what the attorney has provided, it looks like the changes that we had discussed are there. I see that he's added some language in there regarding time limits being placed on commissioners during debate. I know I have received an email from a resident that had some concerns about that. In looking around other municipalities, that's a common practice. It's so I think I'm happy with that being in there. So yeah, I'm fine with the resolution as it's presented.
Madam Mayor, I think that I'm happy with it too, but some of the things that in reference to, our commission meetings are going on too long. And I like the item about 5 minutes for a commissioner to speak, because most of the time commissioners should already know the agenda item before they come. And when a meeting comes, at the commission meeting, somebody might bring to your attention a better idea, or a commissioner might say a better idea. So I think 5 minutes is enough time. And then the commissioner can talk 2 minutes after everybody else talks, the one that brought up the agenda item. Just because if a couple commissioners do not talk, that doesn't mean that the other commissioners can take up that person's time. I think we need to figure out some way of getting these meetings shorter. I mean, it's ridiculous that we're having meetings until 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. And again, this is where I think the mayor has to be able to do it, to be able to control how long commissioners talk. I used to be against given a time limit on how commissioners talk, but I see that how we're doing these meetings are just taking too long. And so I'm okay with everything that's on here, that the changes that were made. And so that's my opinion.
Commissioner Ross?
One question I have to do. In this, unless it's not in this particular item, cancellation of meetings, who's authorized to cancel? John, is that in this? It's not, right? That's a separate matter, right? Cancellation of meetings and who's authorized to, who can make the cancellation of meetings?
Well, no, there's language in here about cancellation of meetings, and ultimately whether or not a meeting takes place or not is dictated by whether or not there's a quorum of those members present.
Okay, I didn't, maybe I missed that spot. I didn't see it.
Five.
Can you show me what that is, please?
It's under 5, call to order, and it's number 3.
Because I just don't want to be sure that I want to be sure that we don't have the same problem that we had at the last commission. So I want to be able to, that's one of the things that's very important to me, that I don't want the city manager to be able to cancel the meetings and so on. So, okay, that answered my question. I must have missed that page. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Ross? You're muted, Rox.
I have a couple of comments and some observations, most of which I reviewed with John, but just to everyone else have their commentary. It occurs to me that I just don't know, do these rules of debate apply for a workshop? Or are they strictly for a meeting agenda?
Well, and I think that there, as you all know, at a workshop, no action can be taken. So no motion would be appropriate, no discussion. There would be discussion amongst yourselves, and you would govern yourselves. But the rules of the rules of procedure for the meetings are in fact intended to apply to regular council meetings or meetings at which non-workshop meetings. Phrase that.
Okay, so when I generally don't have a problem with setting time. However, there are certain issues and certain items on the agenda that can't be measured 5 minutes here and 2 minutes for rebuttal. For instance, when we went through this very item, there was a lot of detail to review, and it took a lot of time and a lot of back and forth to get it where it sounds like at least 2 of you feel comfortable with it. So I don't know, to hamstring ourselves and say, we're not going to have, we're not going to allow more than 2 minutes of time to review something, when that may not work. It may not work when we're doing this. It may not work when we're doing the construction regulation ordinance, because there's so many details involved. I want you to give that a lot of consideration. Aside from that, I've had some comments that I've shared with John. Oh, this is a new one. I don't think I shared this one with you, John, but when we talk about adopting the agenda, but what about pulling items from an agenda? Should we regulate that? Because, for instance, well, I pulled an item myself today, and someone else might have wanted to have brought that item, but I already took a place for it on the agenda, and then I pulled it away. So it's sort of unfair. I think there's a certain level of uncertainty whether if something's on the agenda, is it really going to go forward and be discussed, or is it going to be pulled? I'm not sure how we should handle that. Any suggestions on what other municipalities do, John? We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I self-muted myself because of the feedback. The point is well taken, and I believe that the rules provide for that, but let me check very quickly. Lastly, to the question of the time limitation, I received comments from a majority of the commissioners between the first time this document was considered and now to put that in there for discussion purposes. And the way that I would suggest that be dealt with, to Commissioner Ross, to address your question or concern, is either you can modify the times, expand them, or alternatively, you always have the ability to drop to, as far as motions are concerned, motion number 4, to suspend the rules, which would allow you all to have more time to discuss an item if, as a majority, you feel that that's appropriate. So
Okay.
The point being is that you always have a fail-safe mechanism to suspend the rules if you deem them appropriate given the circumstances.
Okay, so to the first point, can we look into what might be an appropriate rule for pulling things off of an agenda?
Yes, I'm looking at that. I'm looking for that right now.
Okay,
Yeah, while you're doing that, I want to be sure I understand.
Excuse me,
When a
did you use your 3 minutes yet?
No, I was asking if I can ask the question. Go ahead.
Is it related to this exact same thing?
Yeah, it's related to exactly what you're saying in reference to pulling an agenda item. I want to be sure I understand. Are you saying that you want, if a commissioner pulls an item, another commissioner can come back at the same meeting and say he wants to cover that item?
There could be different scenarios. For example, I had a resolution on today that someone else might have wanted have brought, but I already had it on there. And so that other commissioner didn't follow through with their item. They were they're precluded from bringing it. And so now we're left without that topic.
I believe, John, Rule 10, number 7. Under,
yeah, not only that is also Rule 2E, the last section, the last sentence of adoption of the agenda. It states the commission will not consider any add-on items not brought forward during the agenda discussion. An item removed from the agenda shall be deemed withdrawn, and consideration of the matter covered under that item shall require the introduction of a new item.
Right.
And then, Mayor, what was you said 7?
Number 7 on 10. It was the maker of a motion may withdraw the motion at any time before the presiding officer puts the motion to a vote, whichever occurs first.
So you have 2 sections of these rules that allow for an item to be pulled either at the beginning of the meeting, as what occurred today, and then while the matter is under discussion but before a vote.
Right. So my question, I guess, is that fair? You know, if the rest of the commission thinks, oh, good, now we're going to cover this topic, and then, for example, the mayor had a topic for commission salaries, and we all said, oh, good, now we can cover this topic, and it was taken off the table.
Well, I think that to take it off the table, there has to be a vote to agree to remove it from the agenda. And then someone at the next meeting wishes to reintroduce it, then they can do so.
So at the time that I said, I'm withdrawing my item, someone could have said, no, that's very important to me and I want to talk about it.
Theoretically, if you want to change it, again, now's the time to have that conversation or defer it. You know, I think one of the ways to address that issue is that if an individual commissioner sponsors an item, he or she should have the ability at that point in the agenda, the adoption process, to withdraw that item. And maybe that's the way that it's written. And then anything else that is placed on the agenda would then would be subject to a majority vote to have it removed.
Now I'm really confused.
Okay, let me, because of the, for items sponsored by a particular commissioner, that particular commissioner would have the privilege of being able to withdraw the item at any point up to the adoption of the agenda. Anything that was placed on by staff or by theoretically a third party would be subject to the majority vote of the commission or for it to be removed.
Okay.
If I may say, Commissioner, I believe Mr. Herring, Commissioner Ross was asking about the opportunity of another commission to bring back the item that the sponsored commission withdraw.
And under the rules, they would have the ability, but it would have to wait for another commission meeting.
Okay. Is that right, Commissioner Ross?
That's the question. And what you're proposing this language, but I think that it is, I think that there should be an ability at the time of adopting the agenda for someone to say, well, you can't withdraw that because I really want to talk about it. So I'm bringing it. Or, you know, change sponsors of it.
No, you can't do that.
Well, again, what do you want it to read? How do you want it to read? And we'll work it in and do so. I mean, the question was, as I understand, can at what point can an item be removed? And as it's currently written, an item can be removed at the adoption of the agenda portion. Like a commissioner can say, I would like to withdraw, or staff, we would like to withdraw item X.
Right.
And there would be a vote. If you want to have the unilateral right to remove something, tell me and I'll write it in.
Well, I wonder how the rest of the commission feels.
I like the way it is right now.
Well, right now, I don't think.
What do you like about it, Ginny?
Excuse me?
I said, you said you like the way it is now. Why do you like it that way?
Because a person can always withdraw something that they're putting on the agenda. If one of the commissioners wants it, they can put it on the agenda for the next meeting and put it on as their agenda item.
But they would have missed the opportunity to discuss it tonight. What if it's something that's of a timely nature? What if they prepared comments that they came prepared to discuss it fully? What if residents who saw it on the agenda came to speak to the matter as well?
I think we might as well have 24-hour meetings then. If that's.
I'm not sure what that means, Jenny. I was just asking you to kind of defend your statement, that's all, which is kind of what these meetings are about.
No, they're not.
Everyone says they're.
We don't have to defend.
No, they're not what?
We don't
well,
have.
Of course, Jenny, that's what leaders do. They state their opinion, they debate, they discuss, they compromise, they figure out their way through things. I'm going to challenge you on that because you can ask me to defend any of my statements anytime you like.
You have any more suggestions on this, Commissioner Ross?
So you're not going to respond to that?
Well, on this particular issue, I think that it should be by a majority decision whether something gets taken off or put on the agenda. Either way. Does anybody think that is? I think that that's a more fair way to approach it. That the majority of us decide, yes, we want to hear it. No, you can pull it. It's not that important. I mean, just the example that Matt gave is if we had something on there that 10 people came to speak about and then it was taken away. The commissioners.
John, have you ever seen any of the other municipalities not have where a person can withdraw their item?
I have seen what I've seen is municipalities that have that the manager has the ability to withdraw an item if he or she doesn't believe that it's not ready to be considered. And obviously, the commission can always overrule that. But and then I've also seen that if a commissioner sponsors a particular item, that item, the commissioner would have the privilege of being able to withdraw it unilaterally. Other than that, it's, as has been discussed, and as it's currently written, is either additions or deletions are by majority vote.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy?
May I put out a hypothetical while we're on this topic? I want to put out just a hypothetical here. I'm just picking something at random from tonight's meeting because Rox pulled her resolution condemning systemic race bias and violence. Ginny, because you're the one who seems to have an opposite view than I do on this, I'm going to ask you. Do you think it's appropriate that if there were 10 residents here who attended this meeting tonight, who came ready to address that topic, they felt so strongly one way or the other in support or whatever their opinion was, do you think it's appropriate for us to then deny them their opportunity to come here and engage in their government? We put out the agenda. I'm not done talking. We set this agenda. We put things on it. The administration puts it out. John approves it, and out it goes to the public. And now they're here prepared to discuss something. I don't think it's fair for a single commissioner to decide, maybe based on they tested the wind before they walked in the log cabin and realized, oh, this isn't going to fly real well. I don't think it's really fair for all these residents who are prepared to speak to it to just be denied that opportunity. I think these meetings are about the residents more than they're about us. We're all in this together, right, Ginny?
Okay, let's move the question. Is there anything else?
So you're not going to, Ginny, I'm asking you a question. Why can't you answer my question? Do you think it's appropriate and fair?
Thank you. Can we move this
I'm
question?
sorry? Okay, I didn't, first of all, I haven't made my comments yet. I was waiting for everyone else to go. But I really find it very curious that here we are discussing meeting rules and procedures, and we're the elected commissioners of this community who people put on this commission to, as a group, make decisions to move forward on things to make this community better. And here I am trying to engage our mayor in a conversation about something. I'm not challenging you in an ugly way, Ginny. I'm asking you to explain. And you're refusing to engage with me. You're basically hanging up on me the same way you hung up on David Raymond on the phone.
I said
I don't think it's appropriate.
Talk to David Raymond, but that's a different subject. Okay, are we going to move?
I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear what you said. You said what?
I didn't hang up the phone on him. I said I didn't want to talk to you and hung up.
Okay, well then you hung up on him. That's semantics, Ginny. But back to my point is the whole point of being on a commission is that we come in here and we make decisions together on things. And the fact that you can't even.
If I call personal friends of yours and say all kinds of things, not on our commission, not in our town, that Mr. Raymond did, I owe no apologies because that's what he did. Can we continue on this? Is there any other suggestions?
I think Rox isn't done, but I'm still kind of hung up on the fact that you just accused a resident of trashing you to people outside the village, whatever. Go ahead, Rox, you finish, because I have a list of things I want to discuss when Rox is done.
Step back and go back to this one question. So I'm counting Mac as a yes. We should all agree that it comes off the agenda and not unilaterally take something off. And I'm counting Ginny as saying no. The sponsor has the privilege to remove the item. Can I hear from the other two? What do you think?
I'll speak up. I believe the sponsors should have the right to remove the item. If residents are there because they wanted, for example, commission salaries, if they wanted to speak on that item, I don't think they would be necessarily precluded in public comments since they could consider that good and welfare to make a comment about that item. But I think the sponsors should have the right to remove the item.
Dan, you have an opinion on that?
No, I gave my opinion. I believe that the person that puts the item on is the person that should be able to pull it off. If the commission wants to bring it back at the next commission meeting, they can have their backup. I mean, if everybody keeps on telling me the backup is the most important thing, I would want to know that the next person that wants to, if I put an item, decide that they want to bring my item back, they have to have a backup. And that's what the residents have a right to see. The residents can still talk. The residents can still talk in public comments about the item. Now, if the residents believe that the commissioner should have never pulled the items, then the residents will speak up at that point. And it could make the commissioner look, you know, the one that pulled the item, it can come across, they look really bad. Well, that's the choice that they made when they pulled the item. But I believe if I bring an item up, I should be the only one that be able to pull the item. And then if you want to, you know, bring it back at the next commission meeting, give a backup, just like I had to do, and then there'd be no problem.
Okay, so that was 3-2. That one's not going to work. My next comment is going to be on page 5, and maybe if someone else has comments before page 5, we should look at them.
Well, I was never clear from the start of this item how exactly we were going to proceed, and I was sort of waiting for the mayor to guide us on that, whether we were going to go one topic at a time and make a decision about it, or let everyone kind of plow through. But we have a tendency to do this. Maybe there should be something in these meeting rules about how we go through items and how we approve things, because here we go again, folks. And I can't hear you when I'm talking, Ginny. But here we go again, getting in the weeds and talking about an item without having set sort of the parameters for it. So is Rox now deciding that we're going to go in order by pages? Because if we are, then I guess we need to back up, because I was letting other people talk first. That wasn't a slam at you, Rox. I'm just trying to figure out how the game's being played here tonight.
None of
It
this
seems to be arbitrary at best.
None of this is personal. We're just trying to get something done.
Exactly.
May I suggest we just start at page 1, rule 1, and go one by one. And everyone has a, if a particular commissioner wishes to discuss that particular rule, then we stop and we discuss it. If not, we move on to the next one. My suggestion.
Okay, before we, it's 10:06, and we're now going to start the process maybe the way it should have been done from the very beginning, before we just started plowing through it arbitrarily. I dare say, folks, we're going to get to nothing else in this meeting tonight. When we start going through this like this is going to be a never-ending process of slicing and dicing this ordinance, this resolution rather, that quite frankly, I think we have no business even discussing. That's my opinion on that. But if we're going to go in chronological order, then I think someone better back us up and start doing it that way, because I'm sure people have things to say on all kinds of topics in here. This is pretty absurd. It's a pretty absurd way to run this conversation about how meetings should be run.
Do we want to defer this item and look at it next month or some other time, or do we want to plow through it? I mean, frankly, I have no comments on 1 and 2, on rule 1 and 2. But if that's already bringing up comment, then maybe we should set it aside and go on with something else on the agenda.
I'm fine with pushing this because I see no need for it in the first place. I would file this resolution under be careful what you wish for. Because if we pass this, we have to enforce it. Every part of it, not selectively. And we can't start using that suspend a rule thing to decide how we're going to change things on the fly because someone doesn't want someone else to do something. But Jenny, it's going to fall on you to be actively enforcing every element of these rules, and everyone's going to start holding you to it. You can't decide when and to whom you will enforce things. There are words in here like being patient and other subjective words and phrases that quite frankly are going to bite us in the butt. Without rules, we can be a whole lot more nimble and I dare say productive. Because as soon as you apply this level of rules to little old Biscayne Park, this little bedroom community, as you like to describe it, Jenny, as soon as we do that, we apply these kind of rules to it, we're not going to get anything done around here. With these rules, we are locked in place like little kids in kindergarten class or something. But without rules, we can be a lot more nimble. I think we have no business having these rules. The village hasn't had these rules for how long? I'm going to guess as long as the village has existed. So all of a sudden, why we need these rules, is beyond me. This is absurd that we're spending this amount of time for the second time discussing these things after the previous commission did it how many times? Do you realize how much more stuff we could be getting? Dan, I'm talking. Please stop talking while I'm talking. I have been extremely patient tonight, but I'm saying what I want to say now before I'm saying what I want to say before we start doing this page by page, I suppose. But we have no business having rules like this. And the fact that anybody all of a sudden thinks that they're necessary is really just kind of odd to me. It's really kind of odd. We could get so much more done if we hadn't already wasted so much time talking about these rules. And we're about to now start the process at 10:09 after having already spent about 30 minutes on it. And here we go. Someone take charge of this and let's do this.
Okay.
I'll take charge. This is the problem that we have. This is the reason why we need the rules in place.
That's right. I make a motion.
That was less than 5 minutes, Will. If that were my opportunity to talk, that was less than 5 minutes.
Make your comments, Mac. The problem is, you're proving why we need these procedures in place. You're proving why we need these in place.
You don't have to like what I say. You don't have to like what I say, Will.
You know,
I'm allowed to say it, and that was less than 5 minutes.
We've already gone through these meeting procedures once. We've approved these one time. We've already gone through theirs. Why don't we just go through the corrections that the attorney was asked to make, take a look at them, and see if we agree with those changes? We shouldn't be going through every additional item again. We've already agreed to most of these items on here. There's some of the items that we asked the attorney to include into this resolution. See if you like those changes. Focus on those changes.
I'm going to make look, I wish we did have rules because our charter says we're supposed to have rules. And frankly, if we had some rules, perhaps last meeting on June 6th, the meeting on June 16th, frankly, we need some rules about staff because our staff performed outrageously at that meeting. And
there you go.
If the mayor would take control of these situations, then maybe we could keep going along the way we've been going along. But it's deteriorating and becoming worse and worse with each meeting. I'm fine putting this off for another month. I didn't realize that there were 3 commissioners that were going to go to the attorney and ask the attorney to put certain language in here. I didn't know that we were really, frankly, invited to ask the attorney to put certain language in the draft.
I'll second that motion.
Outside of the public meeting. So, yeah, this has been kind of mashed a bit and not really been ushered through properly. I did the best I could at the last time we talked about it, trying to go through all the detail, but frankly, it wasn't even my job to do that. It was the chair's job to do that. So yeah, that's not being done well. I agree. I wish it was done better, but even having rules may not make that happen. So I'm willing to defer this and move on to some other business. If you want to push this off till
Madam Mayor, can I make
2
a
months
motion?
maybe and come back.
Maria.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion with the changes that were made by the attorney to approve this motion.
Dan, I didn't get to finish my comments. You can't make a motion when we're discussing it, and I haven't even had my turn yet. Rox is still going.
There's still plenty of commentary that needs to happen here, and I don't think it's right for a motion yet to approve, because 3 people had the opportunity to tell the commission, the attorney, what they wanted to have added in. That's not a transparent process.
I don't think that's actually the situation. You're making an allegation that I take offense to.
That John put the information down for the consideration of everyone in the public. I'm fine with that, but it just doesn't seem like a good process to me.
I also did not know that we were invited to.
I'm going to make a motion that we defer this resolution until September.
How about November? We like to push things off to November. Why don't we just push it off to November and let the new commission handle this one? There's an idea. Why should we be making rules for a new commission to live by? There's an idea. Only Dan and Ginny are going to certainly be here in November. The other 3 of us may or may not be.
Commissioner
Why don't
Kennedy,
we? I'm talking, Dan. I'm talking, Dan.
Being sarcastic. You don't need to be
Okay,
disrespectful and
you,
sarcastic.
again, Dan,
bring up a point
Dan, you
without
may
being
not like my
sarcastic.
style. You may not like my style, but sometimes I'm not a fan of yours either. At least I don't sit here and
But I
read
don't
off a piece of paper.
I don't disrespect you
Okay?
in any way. So I'm not
I'm
going to
not disrespecting anyone. I'm being honest, and I have a style that you may not appreciate.
To table this?
Make a motion to defer the further discussion of this until September.
November. I'll second that.
Okay, you want to take a vote on that? Roseanne?
Mayor Hopping,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cannon,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Commissioner Samari,
Yes.
Commissioner Tudor, 4-1. Motion passed.
Okay, old business.
Just to clarify, I heard Commissioner Ross says defer until September, and
She said November, Roseanne.
November?
September.
September.
You
She
said
said September.
September?
My
Yeah, she
motion was
said September.
September.
Okay, I thought you changed it to November. Okay.
That was Commissioner
September.
Kennedy.
Try to keep up.
Thank you.
Please stop with the snide comments, everybody.
Everybody.
Yes.
We could bring that back to the September discussion on the meeting rules and procedures. We could possibly add that in.
You're definitely a pleasure.
It's a meeting rule, Will. Bring it to discussion on
You
in
need
September.
to really, I know you like to say it's your style, but you really need to quit being so rude and quit bullying residents, commissioners. It's very unbecoming of an elected official.
I don't think that's on the agenda. The next topic is the attorney recruitment 11.
Well, if somebody doesn't speak up and say something, both of you like to steamroll everybody.
The chair is supposed to direct us to
Attorney
the meeting.
recruitment.
Jenny, control your meeting, please.
Well, 11A, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to extend this for another month to see if we can get more applications in.
Did everybody hear his motion?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your motion, Commissioner Samari.
To open up the application process for another 30 days to see how much we can get, because we basically we have 4 applications. One, we already have the present city attorney. Another one that I have big concerns about, that is from Al Patel, which we're discussing in the process. So basically, we have just 3 applications, and I don't think 3 applications is enough.
We have 4 applications.
Yeah, we got 4 applications. You're absolutely right. Correct. Thank you. Well, we had 3 people that responded. Okay, you're right. 4 applications. I just like to think that we need to.
Chair motion, is there a second to that motion for discussion?
I'll second it.
Now we're discussing.
Yes, discussing it, right.
Discussion on the agenda? I would like to start the discussion on that. Mr. Heron, are you with us? I don't see him.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I have a few questions for Mr. Heron.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with Commissioner Ross before you came to the board?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear what you said, Jenny. I didn't hear what you said.
Did you work with Commissioner Ross before you came to work in Biscayne Park?
About 12 years ago, at one point, yes.
Okay, she brought you in.
Let me rephrase that. We worked in the same law firm. We didn't work together.
Okay. Okay. Did she used to call you to discuss the opinions from the previous attorney, John Hearn?
she would ask me from time to time questions in general about Biscayne Park.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a quick question before we proceed with this. Are we interviewing John Herron for the job now, Ginny?
No, if this is just comments, it's questions that I have because of the elephant in the room.
Well, okay. There seem to be a lot of elephants in the room all the time, and I'm never privy to any of these elephants. I seem to walk through elephants, but we're not interviewing people for a job tonight. And I don't know that we should be. Maybe John could speak to this, but I'm not certain we should be questioning one of the applicants without the other three applicants having the luxury of being here to be asked questions and answer them as well. I thought we were just having a discussion about how we were going to proceed with this item, given that we have 4 applications in front of us.
That was what my motion was, basically to talk about extending it.
Okay, do
I
you
didn't know we were playing gotcha.
Vice Mayor Kennedy, do you have any discussion on his motion?
I do. I do. I'll make mine's really quick. Of the 4 applicants, there are 2 that I would be very happy to call in for interviews in front of the commission. One is Fox Rothschild, who John works with, and the other is Neighbors, Giblin, and Nickerson. I'm not interested in the other 2 applicants, but I'm very happy to interview the 2 that I named.
Commissioner Ross, discussion?
On the motion of whether we should open up the process again and delay moving forward with a selection process, I believe that we have no time for delay. We have 4 applications, 2 of which are very qualified, very experienced, and I think that we should go the next step in this process with those 2 applicants and set up the interview, or possibly even make a selection tonight if people are comfortable with it. But there's no reason to further delay and have interim, have people live and work in interim positions and on an extended basis.
Commissioner Tudor?
I think the fact that we got the 4 applications just goes to show that we're kind of living in some difficult times here. Last go around, we had 12 applicants. This time 4. I'm fine with moving forward with this. I'm also fine if the will of the commission to extend it out and try to get some more qualified applicants in. I'm fine with either one.
As a matter of personal privilege, I would like to respond to the mayor's commentary earlier with regard to how I know John. We worked at the same law firm in different departments on different floors. And it was when I first got elected into office, so that's over 10 years ago. I did consult with John and with his partners, one of which is currently the city manager in Miami Beach, Jimmy Morales. And there were 1 or 2 other attorneys in the government relations department at the time who I often called on with questions about government issues. They were very generous with their time, and I was very lucky to have the benefit of their counsel. I didn't pay John for it. John didn't pay me for it. Years later, when the village was looking for an attorney, when John Herron resigned and the village was looking for an attorney, I was happy to see John, who was by then at a different law firm, apply for the position. And we went through a selection process where the entire commission knew that I knew John from a prior employment. There's no conflict. There is no special relationship. I'm sure that sounded like what you were implying, and I just want to set the record straight.
I was just going to ask Mr. Herron if you're social friends with the Rosses.
I can answer that for you.
I asked Mr. Herron.
I don't believe that John and I have shared a meal together, perhaps a cup of coffee.
May I make a request that the mayor stops trying to play gotcha with things? You tried to play gotcha last meeting with Louis and David having worked together at the city. Come on, it's beneath you, Ginny. Stop playing gotcha. We're not interviewing anyone for a job tonight. We're talking about the process if we're going to move forward with this process now. That's all we really need to talk about.
Well, let me, if I may, my relationship with Commissioner Ross, Mayor, is no different than my relationship with any of the other members of the commission, including yourself. I do not have a personal relationship outside of the attorney commissioner relationship with any of you all.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on Commissioner Samaria's motion?
Yeah, I see no reason why we should not be moving forward with this process. We're not, if we move forward with the process, we're not required to hire one of these people. We're moving forward with the process. And if we decide we don't like any of them, we can ask John to extend his interim position with us and we try again. But it doesn't mean, because we got 4, I don't see how anyone here could possibly connect the dots between COVID and only getting 4 applicants. Nobody here has that crystal ball. So I see no reason why we shouldn't do our jobs and stop not doing our jobs all the time.
Any other comments on Dan Samaria's motion? Want to take a roll call, Roseanne?
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question first? Commissioner Kennedy, okay, if we decide that we want to accept these 4 applications, what is the next step that you have in mind? Because I heard somebody say we can make a selection tonight. We can't make a selection tonight because I want to talk to all 4 applicants.
Well, I think, I don't want to speak for Rox, but I think what she was saying was there are no rules here. We make the rules. So if we wanted to offer someone the job right now on the spot, we could have a vote on it and off we go. But I didn't hear anyone suggest that we should do that. The next step could be that we call people in for interviews. That's what was in the original item, was that we narrow it down to a shorter list than the 4. We could decide to bring all 4 applicants in. We could bring in 3 applicants. We could just decide to interview 1 and then not offer that person the job. We can do whatever we want. Am I correct in that, John?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'd like to hear Dan's motion repeated,
Okay,
take a vote on it, and then we'll decide what the next thing is.
Yeah, decide what the next step. My motion is that we extend the time to get more applications in another 30 days.
Okay, but Dan, I think you're going to need to define that a little bit better because there's the ad's not out any longer. You could extend it for another year, but if no one knows that the job's being posted, that means we have to go through the process again.
Madam Clerk, would you be able to put out another ad if the commission decides that we're extending the time?
Well, of course you could.
How long would it take?
The commission is directing me to reopen the job application. I can do that and post on the same places that I posted before, the Florida Bar, the Florida League of Cities, and on the village's website. Is that correct?
And what's the cost? That's because I know somebody's going to bring about cost. What's the cost to do this? If we was to extend, put another ad out, what would the cost be?
Yeah, we are just not extending, we're going to reopen the opportunity. And it's $50 for the advertisement at the Florida Bar. That's the only one that we pay. We don't pay anything for Florida League of Cities and don't pay anything for Village's website, of course.
Is there anything precluding us from doing both things, reopening the job and also at the same time deciding that we might want to call some of these people in for interviews, or do we have to stop the current process until we get more applicants in?
Exactly.
That's a question for somebody who knows. I don't know.
I don't think so.
If we reopen the job application, we cannot interview anybody.
Okay.
Mr. Herring?
Let's vote on this and move on. So Dan, let's just be done with this.
Okay.
Because this might lead to another motion is my point. So I think we've talked this through. Why don't we vote on this?
Roseanne?
For 30 days that you mentioned, right, Commissioner Samaria?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion is to repost it for 30 days and then revisit this. But to be clear, the current applicants, the 4 applicants that we have would still be in consideration. They don't have to apply again. Is that correct?
Correct. That is
Okay.
correct.
I just want to be clear.
Okay, Mayor Hawkins,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
No.
Commissioner Ross.
You're muted, Ross.
I vote no.
Commissioner Samaria,
Yes.
Commissioner Tudor,
I just want to clarify, these 4 applicants will still be, if we were to extend 30 days, these 4 applicants are still
Yes.
viable. Yeah, I think we owe it to the residents to see what other candidates may want to apply. I just am not comfortable with just the 4, so I would vote yes.
all right. 3-2, motion passed.
Okay.
So to be clear, it'll go out this week, which means this is something we would likely see in September again?
Hopefully it'll go up this week, and then depend of the agencies, the Florida Bar and the Florida League of Cities. And
Understood.
I believe it's possible.
So it's possible we would see the applicants again in September. Okay, thank you.
Okay, managers report. Chief Cabrera. You're muted.
He's muted. I'm not sure he's hearing you.
I'm unmuting him.
Okay.
There you go, Chief.
Okay, so let's begin with the some of the questions that the commissioners asked.
No, Chief, this is not the manager's report. This is an agenda item regarding the proposed new format for the manager's report. New business item 12A.
We're discussing the proposal for a new format, correct?
Correct.
Yes. All right. So having a discussion with the manager, he has no issue with providing a manager's report every 2 weeks with the existing format and selected by the manager. That's what he relayed to me.
That's it?
Yes.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome, Commissioner. Thank you.
If I can make a comment on that. I read the manager's proposed new format, which is actually the old format. And as I mentioned before, I listened to the entire meeting of June 2nd and the entire meeting of June 16th. This commission, every one of us, all 5, it was the only time we all agreed. All 5 of us said we would benefit from having a more detailed manager's report that ties goals, that ties budget items, that ties the progress of the items that were put into the budget and the different projects that that the village is working on. And the manager's response with this memo and proposing that the old format is the new format is just another act of insubordination. No matter what each one of us tell them, no matter what a majority of us tell them, no matter what all 5 unanimously say, it seems that Mr. Hernandez has decided that he has the backing and the strength to run things the way he wants to run them and not the way the commission instructs him to. I'm not comfortable with that relationship at all, but you all seem to be. So I guess I'll just sit back.
Not all of us.
I'll sit back and wait to hear what the majority of the commission wants to do with the interim manager's proposed new format of the old report.
This was my item, so may I speak next, Ginny?
On the calendar budget? Yes.
Oh, no, the
No,
manager.
actually, Ginny, we're still on 12A, the manager's report.
Oh, okay.
May I speak to it? It was my item originally that I brought to the meeting.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to echo some of what Rock said, and I find this, at best, I find what David has put before us tonight to be disappointing. And at worst, I find it to be an insult, quite frankly, because we gave him some direction that he did not follow. When we discussed this, I just want to go back in time to the meeting where I brought this up. This was my idea, trying to apply a level of organization and accountability to this village, from administration to us, from administration to residents. And prior to the meeting, I had several personal meetings with David to discuss this item, and he was fully on board with it. And he was fully on board with the fact that it had goals attached to it, and that he would be measuring his staff and himself against goals, some of which we would set for him and some of which, quite frankly, he'd be setting for himself and his own staff. That he would just basically be measuring himself against what he said should and would be done. I met with David several times about this in person. We had lengthy discussions. I sent him emails about it. I had a separate conversation about different ways that one can set goals for an organization. He seemed very grateful to learn one particular goal-setting method that I taught him, that I've used throughout my career, that I find to be quite handy. And then the meeting rolled around, and all of a sudden, he never realized that the word goal was even on that piece of paper, although we had discussions about it, and he had the same ability to read my item that everybody else did. I'm assuming every one of us and residents who came to that meeting understood fully that it would be attached, that goals would be attached to this report. But David didn't seem to understand that until halfway through the discussion. All of a sudden it occurred to him that there are no goals in here. And I was really upset by that, because I knew that it wasn't true, for starters. And the fact that he basically hijacked this item and said he would do it his way. Without goals, there's nothing in this report. And what David has suggested to us, his proposal, and I want everyone to know this, I'm going to say this very clearly. I said it before tonight, and I may end up saying it again before we're done. This isn't anything personal about David. This has nothing to do with David personally. It does have something to do with his performance in this job, though. Even though it's an interim position, I still expect him to perform well in the job. What he has proposed to us is the same terrible report less frequently. We have a report that basically is worth nothing. He's made it longer since he became their interim manager. I used to call it Christian's copy and paste report. All David did was make it longer as a way to make it look like all this stuff is getting done. And it's kind of a junior way for someone, for like a junior executive, to make it look like they're getting something done, to list a million things, rather than fewer things, quantifying them better and comparing them to set goals. So all he's proposed is doing the same poor report less frequently. And he's hung his hat on the fact that in my item, I said one of the reasons we should change this, and I said I wanted it to be monthly. You guys decided to make it bi-monthly. And in my agenda item, one of the things I said that would be a benefit would be that it would take less staff time. Quite frankly, what David put together for us tonight to consider is a waste of village resources. It doesn't look like anyone took more than 30 seconds to put that together. Someone did clean up. The example report that he attached, someone did go through and clean it up, because we've never had a manager's report go out to residents or the commission with so few misspelled words and typos. So I think someone did take some time to take that example and clean it up. So someone recognized that one of us, me, might call them out if they showed us an example that was written as poorly as they typically are. And I have to point out the fact that in the proposal itself that David has attached to this tonight, It has a sentence that makes no sense and grammatical errors in the memo itself. So he is suggesting that we do the same piss poor job that we always do on managers' reports. We just simply do it less frequently. So I have no idea if this is an appropriate thing to say or do or not, but this was my item. And if this is something that you guys are going to approve and say, yes, this is great, let's do it this way. If I'm still able to pull my item, because we kind of had a 20-minute conversation about who can pull an item, this was my item. And before you guys approve this horrible execution of my item, I would rather have the item pulled completely. Those are my comments on this.
Is there any other comments? Can we move to the next agenda item?
I want to be sure I understand this. At the last commission, we voted, it was supposed to be a monthly, the report was to be done monthly, and the commission decided to do it every 2 weeks. Goals was your second agenda item that you had, wasn't it, Commissioner Kennedy? Goals was your second agenda item that you had. We didn't push for, and the whole time we didn't hear anybody discuss about goals. I think it was until Commissioner Tudor mentioned about that important items should be moved to quarterly. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Tudor, or refresh my memory when you said that. All 5 commissioners agreed to have the item moved to every 2 weeks, even you, Commissioner Kennedy. And then when David, well, first off, I already had a conversation with the city manager in reference to how that meeting went. That should not have been the way the city manager was able to talk to the commissioners was not acceptable to me. And I told that to the city
That's not what we're discussing here.
Okay. But we approved it every 2 weeks. We voted that until Commissioner Tudor mentioned about quarterly, and then David, or the city manager, must have misunderstood, thinking that we're adding goals in it, or he didn't hear that were goals in it. I don't know. He's not here to defend himself. But
I'm sorry, Dan, repeat what you said. I'm not sure. I didn't catch what you said, Dan. Repeat that last part about goals.
Okay. Agenda item, it didn't say, your agenda item was moving the monthly reports, moving the reports from weekly to monthly, correct?
That was part of it, sure.
Yeah, okay. And then the
that wasn't the complete, that was not the complete item, no.
Right. That's why I like meetings in person, because that's not what I heard.
We had a discussion about moving it to every 2 weeks. I think that's was one of the agreements with the commission. I know what I wasn't in agreement with is the fact of including goals in the every 2 week report. I think goals are more substantial and should be more in a quarterly report, because it allows, you know, you're not going to get things done every 2 weeks or every month. You know, I think goals should be tied more to budgeted items, and they should be reported to the commission and to the residents on a quarterly basis. That was a discussion I remember having, and I did not support the idea of putting goals onto this manager report that's put out to residents every 2 weeks.
I want to make sure I understand. I want to respond to what Will just said. So I want to make sure I understood what you said, Will. I think I just heard you say, we're not going to get things done every month. Is that what you said?
I'm talking about, when I talk about goals, I focus on budgeted items, website updates, roadway improvement, things like that, big generator install at the village hall, those type of things. Some of those items will not get completed in the 2 week time period that we're going to do the manager reports, or even in the 1 month time period. Those items, I prefer having quarterly updates on those large goals, that because those should be what we're measuring on what the manager is doing. When we come out and have these budgeted items, you know, we're looking to see, are these things going to get accomplished? We have set funds aside for these projects for the residents. Those to me are the goals that we really need to measure the manager on. And that's why I'm more comfortable with those being on a quarterly basis. I think monthly, yeah, I just don't think monthly works. And that's what I said at the last meeting. You know, I think we need to hold a manager accountable to goals, but I think those need to be on a quarterly basis.
Okay, so first of all, about your budget comment, and I'm going to kind of leave this a little bit because again, this is my item. We never instructed him to limit anything on these report to budgeted items. So the fact that you're saying budgeted items would be quarterly, this is a regular report. Right now it's weekly. But Will, you do understand that a goal, I'm going to use one of your examples, a goal of getting the generator installed at the log cabin. That might be something, you're correct, that would take several months to accomplish. But on a given month, it could say that the July goal is to procure the generator, and it will be delivered in August. And the August goal is, I'm making something up, to get the slab poured and to get the electric, to go in front of P&Z and get approval for the electric meter that has to be there. A goal is not one giant thing that you say, got the goal done. Some of these bigger goals you have to break into smaller chunks. And I want to see that those smaller bites are being taken out of that apple. Or before you know it, a quarter's gone by, 6 months has gone by. Anyone see that generator? Oh, you know, it never got ordered. Oh, damn, we didn't order the generator? Oh man, we're gonna have to order the generator now. That's what a manager does. He'll take a bigger item and he'll break it into pieces and say, in July, we're getting this done. And in August, we're getting this done. And in September, it'll be done. And I'll be reporting all along the way. When you do it that way, you don't, nothing sneaks up and bites you.
Excuse me, we have to make a motion to extend the meeting.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second.
So look, guys, you decide whatever you want to on this item. I put forth an item that I'm going to say I thought was very good, requiring accountability from our manager. And this is something that will survive to the next manager and the manager after that. But we're the bosses here. I want to make sure I understand this. And maybe John Herring could open up his mic and chime in here. Unless I've had an incorrect understanding of the relationship between the commission and the manager in this village, the five of us are his boss. And we tell him what to do, and he does it. And if we say report back on things, he reports back on things. And if we ask him to put a measurement in place so we can gauge his performance, then he needs to do that. And then we use that to determine if he's doing his job well. John, am I correct in our understanding of that, that as a body, we're the manager's boss?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So this report is a way for him to report to his bosses about what's going on. And what he presented to us is just a bunch of words, and I don't care that some field got mown. You know, that's not moving the village forward. And the fact that he came back with what he gave us is an insult to us. I'm insulted. It was my item, and he was abundantly clear what I intended with that item. And he was abundantly clear when he left that meeting. All of us were. And if he wasn't, there's a tape that he could watch as well. So if you're going to approve this, I want nothing to do with this item. I'd rather just pull it and let us go back to our weekly report full of typos and misspelled words and grammatical errors and, quite frankly, big, fat mistakes that we report to residents wrong.
If I may make a comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ross.
I just want to point out, because there was at some point in the discussion when we went through this last time, David said something like micromanaging, or we were interfering in the manager's area of concern. And I want to point out that in the charter, among the village manager's duties, there is a specific duty to prepare such reports as the commission may require concerning the operations of village agencies, boards, committees, authorities, and departments. So that's, someone took time to put that language specifically in the charter. We took the time to have, I think it might have been a 40-minute discussion, giving him direction on what we wanted, and every one of us wanted to see goals in a report. I cannot fathom how he had the audacity to just come back and say, guess what? The new format is going to be the same as the old format. And then we're just going to say, okay, David, let's go on to the next item. That's not leadership.
I'd like to make a motion because we need to move on. I'd like to make a motion that we instruct David to come back in in August with what we instructed him to do. And if he needs clarification, he can watch the video. He can call all 5 of us and have a private conversations with us. But I think we need to send a message back to David that what he produced for us is not acceptable, and we expect something better at the August meeting. That's my motion.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
You want to do a roll call, Roseanne?
Yes.
Is there any discussion?
Or do we have a consensus on what we're telling him to bring back to the commission? Because I did not agree to the goals on this twice a week memo. I think the status on projects and those I think should be during the monthly meeting.
Madam Mayor.
And I'm just going to remind you again that my original agenda item was to that, Will. It was to do it monthly, not bi-weekly, do it monthly with goals attached, and he would do 12 of these a year, and they would be some substantive reports comparing to goals that some of which we would add as we conduct meetings like this, and some of which that he, but quite frankly, would do for himself and his own staff. So I would like to propose that we go back to my original suggestion, which was monthly and based on goals.
No. Are you saying that are you making as a commission, we're making a suggestion what we would like to see in his bi-weekly reports, his goals?
Not a bi-weekly, not a bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly, every 2 weeks. I think that we should be giving him what we think is goals, suggestions, and then he decides whether or not, because that's what we base hiring him on, is on how he does his job. If he doesn't do with the suggestion, please don't interrupt me because I know you're about ready to speak. With the suggestions that, we can make suggestions. I don't have a problem with saying, okay, city manager, this is the suggestion that we have for you. Would you like to look into it? I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with you demanding that this is the goals we want you to set. That wasn't, I'm not in favor of that. If you're doing it as a suggestion, then I don't have a problem with that. And then you based upon how he does the job. If he doesn't listen to our suggestions, then, well, in this case, he's an intern, you don't hire him. I mean, you judge him on based upon what you, as you say, you're the employer, would tell him, this is what we would like to see in the reports. Whether or not he listens to it, that's up to him, because he does run this.
Oh my goodness.
Commissioner
Okay.
Kelly,
First of
all,
he wasn't hired. He was never hired to be the manager. Just so we clarify that. He was not hired to be the manager. And I'm trying to remember the last time my boss made a suggestion to me. I'm trying to remember the last time I sat down at a meeting with my boss and his daughters, who are my other bosses. I kind of have 3 bosses at my real job. And they suggested what I should be doing for the sales and marketing division of our company. We come to an agreement on things, but bottom line is they tell me, Matt, go do this, and I go do it. That's how it works, Dan.
Excuse me, Commissioner Kelly, can you make your motion to do it monthly?
No.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Look, unfortunately, we all made a decision at the last meeting and told him to do something. I think for now, we need to hold him to what we told him to do. And if he needs clarification on that, he can go back and watch the video. And I suggest we all watch the video and see what he comes back with. And we measure his performance based on what he comes back with as well, quite frankly. Okay. So I don't think we need to be reworking this. I kind of lost my fight last meeting. I'll give up the fight. I wanted it to be monthly and goal-oriented. Tell David he didn't do what we told him to do, and to come back at the August meeting and do it better.
Are you doing a motion on that, or is that?
I already stated that as a motion.
And Commissioner Ross seconded it. You want to do
She
a
did.
roll? Yeah, I know. You want to do a roll call on that, Roseanne?
Mayor Halpin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Commissioner Samari, Commissioner Trudeau,
Yes.
5-0, motion passed. I would like to clarify when the commission asked to extend the meeting, until what time, please?
I'll make a motion to extend it to midnight and see if we can plow through the rest of this. And I bet we end early if we keep focused.
Okay, we can do it till midnight.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is the calendar budget.
I would like to thank Commissioner Ross to help me to put together the calendar. Remind me of all the details and cross and all the T's and what's the I's, right? And because it's very confusing back and forth with the trim and all our meetings together, and including with the calendar budget that have been submitted now. I'm also proposing, asking the commission to change the meeting of September, from September 1st to September 8th to go along with the trim dates to have our first hearing of the budget.
May I ask you a question about that, Roseanne? Because I didn't understand. I understood what you just said. I'm not understanding what I'm looking at. I understand that you want to move, that you're asking us to move the meeting from September 1st to September 8th, but I'm not understanding why.
Because when we have the first hearing of the budget, the TRIM, the Department of Revenue, the state, it requires that that meeting happens between September 3rd and September 18th. If we had the regular commission meeting at September 1st, we have to have another meeting between September 3rd and 18th for the first hearing of the budget. So moving the regular commission meeting to September 8th, we're gonna have a short meeting right before, as usual, for the first hearing of the budget. And then we have commission meeting.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I've not I'm sure I sat through one of these before, but I haven't been a commissioner during this process. So I'll be learning a lot here in the next couple of weeks. That first budget hearing, will we really accomplish that in 30 minutes?
Basically, yes, because we had 2 workshops.
So we'll have had 2 workshops, and then it will be coming to us for the first time in the form of an ordinance?
Ordinance.
Okay. Okay. And we're really going to do that in 30 minutes? My goodness, we can't agree on anything in 30 minutes. It just, when I saw that, I thought this is really overly ambitious, and why would we not keep the commission meeting on September 1st and do the first hearing on September 8th? And if it's a 30-minute meeting, and likely, by the way, it'll be a Zoom meeting, because I can't imagine we'll still be meeting. I can't imagine by September we're meeting at the log cabin. That's 2 months from now, and I bet we're not. Bet you lunch. So if it was a 30-minute Zoom meeting, what's the difference? None of us are going anywhere anyway. I just don't want to see us put ourselves in a situation where we're trying to do a budget hearing in 30 minutes and then a regular commission meeting. I can't imagine we'll pull that off. So I'd rather not be so ambitious and keep the meeting on the 1st and keep the budget hearing on the 8th.
Traditionally, it's how it has been happening, and it's been working.
Question, Commissioner Ross, did we have, that's considered the trim meeting, right, Clerk, Madam Clerk? Okay, didn't we have the trim meeting at 6:30 and then we had a commission meeting at 7 o'clock and we always got it done within a half hour, correct?
Yes.
If I could comment on that?
That's what I meant. I was asking you, Commissioner Ross.
Yeah.
Okay. We have done it both ways. In my time on the commission, we have done it both ways. We have done it with a 6:30 meeting to do the first hearing of the budget and setting the millage. And we have done it separately. And always the second hearing is a separate hearing because it's usually in the middle or towards the end of the month.
The final, yes.
Right. So it's conceivable that it could happen, but frankly, the way that these meetings have been happening, I don't see it happening in 30 minutes. And I'm also concerned, I would rather see the schedule stay with the regular commission meeting on the 1st, and then have a meeting set aside only for the first hearing of the budget. And if it's a short meeting, hooray, that's great. We'll be done. We'll be in and out of there in, as you're saying, projecting 30 minutes.
We live close.
But I'm more concerned about when are we going to see the actual budget? And I don't want to see the budget 3 days before we're supposed to go into a workshop. So that's really what concerns me, is we're going to be asked to set the millage rate and look at the budget on the same day. And I want to make sure that we have that budget at least a week in advance of that time.
Well, we have the tentative millage rates set up for
23rd.
A special commission meeting on 23rd.
6:30, 23rd.
Yep.
Right. When are we going to see
and then the budget?
When is the
It's on the
budget?
same day.
Right, but when is the budget going to be published? I don't want to see the budget, 3 days before. We're going to have to, actually, you complain about going into the weeds about things. That's what happens at a budget workshop. You go into the weeds.
Exactly.
And so
And it's 16 days from now.
I like time to prepare for that. And nobody's told me when I'm going to see the budget.
It's 16 days from today. And the day before, we have an FDOT workshop, supposedly.
Right. Can anybody answer that? When am I going to? When
we get the budget out?
Well, we had the finance, Paul Winkeljohn was here, but he has to leave. But so far, the calendar went through with the GMS, and they approved. So they are on board to provide all the necessary, the budget, the tentative millage rate, everything on this, based on this calendar.
Well, if you have here on July 9th, the manager is going to meet with the department heads. And finance, and then I guess after they have that input, they're gonna form a budget. I'm just trying to figure out when that's gonna be.
Well, between 9 and the 23rd, which of course we're gonna have the tentative budget for the workshop. We have to have a few days before, but it's between 9 and 20, let's say.
I don't want to receive the budget on the 20th and then on the 23rd have to decide what the millage is going to be.
Not a decision, Commissioner. On the 23rd, it's going to be a workshop.
On the 23rd, we have to pass a resolution to tell the county what the millage is going to be.
The tentative millage rate, yes.
Right.
The budget is going to be a workshop. You're not going to decide on the budget.
I need more than 3 days to review the budget to go into a workshop.
For a workshop.
And I've been doing it for a long time. So people who are new to the process, they're gonna need more than 3 days.
I'll pass along to GMS.
Me.
Receive the budget ahead of time.
I agree with you, Commissioner Ross. I like to have it more than 3 days.
If the workshop is on the 23rd, so how early do we want to receive the budget?
16th.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not the only one making the decision. Whatever the majority wants, but I'm telling you, it takes a long time. And even when you get it, there are usually pieces that are missing. I already previewed some of them with you and the manager, you know, things like the carpool, how many cars are out there, employee roster and salaries. There are other peripheral things that you need to have as tools to work on the budget. So I'm just saying, it's a lot.
Roseanne, can you get it to us by the 16th, Roseanne?
I can't promise because it's not me who prepared the budget. It's the finance. I'll pass along your request, of course.
Is it appropriate for us to request it for the 16th and to ask, I guess, ask the chief, ask Roseanne or someone to communicate back to us by the end of this week if we should, when we should expect it, so at least we know when it's coming?
Sure.
Okay. If that's appropriate to do. Okay.
Yeah, definitely like to get the budget.
So then we're back to the September dates. I'd like to make a motion that we hold the regular commission meeting for September on September 1st, and we have the first budget hearing on September 8th, and that we pray to the budgeting gods that it's short.
I second that.
Well, if we have it on September 8th, it doesn't really need to be short. It could be just like, you know, until we get it done, right? That's what I'm saying. Because there's no other, it's different.
Do a voice vote or do we need a roll call?
Well, I'd like to finish my thought, if it's possible.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. If we were having, I mean, I like the idea of having September 8th, the workshop, and it doesn't have to be a half hour. It can be as long as until we finish the workshop. It's different for the half hours if we have to start the workshop at 6:30 and then a commission meeting at 7 o'clock.
It's not a workshop. It's not a workshop. It's a meeting. It's a meeting.
The hearing.
It's a first.
Right, so we can have the commission meeting on September 1st and the workshop on September 8th.
Budget hearing.
Budget hearing, excuse me, I'm sorry, budget hearing.
Okay. That's that was my motion.
Right.
Okay, do we have to call a roll, Roseanne, or can we just?
Who I have second for this?
Me.
I'll second it.
Rox did. Rox already seconded it.
Thank you.
Can we do all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Jenny, point of order, please. I'll make this really super quick. In light of what we're now discussing here with these budget hearings and things that are coming up, I would like to change, I don't know if you're allowed to change a motion, but I'd like to make a motion that the manager's report that we told him we want back in August. Look, we have a manager who is struggling with some things and the budget's more important. I would like to push that back to October. Let's get through this budget process. I don't want him worrying about this. If it was already done properly and we had something to consider tonight, that would be one thing. We have a budget to get through in the next couple of weeks. I think that's much more important, and I want to
Changing it from September to October? Is that what
changing it from August to October. We're just
I'll second that.
I want to get this stuff done.
I'm sorry.
Sorry to do that, folks.
I missed something. What's the motion here?
The motion is to my motion is to instruct the manager to come back with his second crack at the manager's report at the October meeting instead of the August meeting that we just decided on a few minutes ago. I should not have said that in light of this budget calendar.
All right, I'll second that.
By October meeting, okay.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Sorry, folks. The budget stuff's too important.
I agree with you.
So do we take a roll call or we just?
We need a roll call or can we do a voice vote on that?
You can do a voice vote.
It's the second
Aye.
on the.
Aye.
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 No.
Was that no? I'm sorry.
Commissioner
It was
Ross.
1 to 4 to 1, Ross.
Okay.
Okay, the next thing is yours, Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, this is quarterly village resident awards. This is a field, I'm sorry, I thought you said it was mine.
Finish the
Am I
calendar?
up?
I'm sorry, Commissioner
Yeah.
Kennedy, did we finish the calendar? Did we go on that? I don't know if we finished that.
I guess so. Yes.
I thought we did, sorry.
We're finished on that one, Commissioner Samaria.
Did you
What
have
was the
another
vote?
comment?
What was the vote?
4 to 1.
No, that was for the October, for the calendar's budget.
Change it to, that was to change the directive to Dave.
To David regarding his manager's report to move it from August to October. Do we need to
Right.
vote on approving the calendar with the change of the September meeting?
Yes.
Well, if I may, I understand what the decision on the calendar budget was. Direct staff to revise the calendar budget to show that there was going to be a regular meeting on the first Tuesday of the month, and then the budget here, the first and second budget hearing is being proposed in the calendar.
Correct.
That's what I recall the discussion was, and that would be the vote to approve the calendar, the budget calendar for fiscal year 2020, 2021 with those changes.
And I don't want to
Do we need
make more confused, but just to remind everyone that September 8th will be the first hearing of the budget, and September 7th is Labor Day. So if somebody has a conflict with that.
I don't.
Nobody should be traveling.
Can't go away.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Because we're changing.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the calendar budget fiscal year 2020, 2021 as presented to us, with the single change of moving the September regular commission meeting back to September 1st.
I second that.
We have a consensus, or do we have?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
5-0.
Okay.
Am I up, Jenny?
You're up.
Okay, this I hope is quick. So look, we have important things going on. We meet about combative things and negative things, and we also need to keep in mind that we live in a lovely community, and we need to be moving forward and doing some nice positive things for the community. We don't have to wait until all the serious heavy lifting is done before we move on with some nice stuff as well. And that is this idea is an example of that. And I am proposing that the village start a quarterly resident awards, where once a quarter the village award 2 properties in the village, one for home improvements or just a significantly lovely property, and the other one specifically for garden improvements in the front. Doesn't even have to be improvements, just for a lovely garden. So basically, giving out 2 awards every quarter, one for exterior home beautification and the other one for gardening. I won't go through this whole thing. It's all very clearly outlined there. I hope you all read it, and I'd love to hear your opinions on this. I will say that really what we're directing the manager to do is to coordinate these 2 awards and to have 2 of our existing boards assist with this. And I suggested names for them. One would be the Biscayne Park Sanctuary Award, and that would be given quarterly to recognize an outstanding exterior home renovation project, new construction, or simply a lovely, well-maintained home that we're proud of, that celebrates our interesting architecture. The other award would be the Biscayne Park Oasis Award, given quarterly to recognize an outstanding front yard garden with special consideration given to native gardens that contribute to habitat and food sources for animals in our urban habitat. I asked Parks and Parkways if they would handle this on behalf of the village, and they would field nominations and select quarterly the Garden Award. They had a meeting last week that I attended via Zoom, and they agreed unanimously that they would be happy to do that for us. And honestly, they sounded unanimously kind of excited about the possibility of giving out 4 gardening awards a year. I have not heard back from P&Z. I was hoping that they would agree as our house people in the village to do the same kind of thing for the Home Improvement Award. That's it in a nutshell, and I'm happy to hear your opinions on this.
On that, Matt, what about, somebody told me that they used to get an award at holiday time for having the best holiday display. Wouldn't that?
Yeah, that was something completely separate. That was something I think the foundation has done in the past.
No, that was Commissioner
Yeah,
Samaria.
Dan was involved in that. Yeah.
That was Commissioner Samaria who did that, the holiday award.
Okay. Yeah, so that would be something entirely separate. But I love that idea. I love that. I'd love to see the same thing for Halloween as well, Halloween and holidays. So at any rate, anyone have any comments on this? Shoot it down, whatever you want to do. I just like to see something nice for the village.
I'll start. The best dressed house for the holidays, that was something that the rec department did. And they used children from the after school care to be the judges of that.
Yeah, that's cute.
So it was Isa, the director at public, at the rec center that spearheaded that. Mac, I think it's really a great idea. I love getting the boards involved. Because that will relieve the manager and staff even from doing a lot of
exactly.
And it is time we do something positive that people see, take pride in, in their yards. Now you're making me worry. I have to go out there and do some work.
Yeah, well, you can't win an award, Rox. Be clear that no one on the commission or either of those boards are eligible for an award. But if you don't run for re-election, then maybe you can win an award.
After November, I'll be through.
So, any other comments on this? Will, do you have anything?
Vice Mayor Kennedy from P&Z meeting has been rescheduled for July 10th.
I saw that. It's this Friday, isn't it?
Yes.
You know what? I'll try to attend the meeting and talk to them about it as well. I sent an email to Gage, but I haven't heard. I think I sent an email to Gage. Oh my God, I hope I sent that email. I think I did. Did I copy you, Roseanne? No?
Not that I saw it.
No. I'll try to check. I'll try to attend their meeting and ask them if they'll do it.
You want to make a motion, Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, Jenny, Will, anyone else have comments on this?
No, I'll say that it's always nice to do things for residents. I know we used to, I don't know how many years ago, I think we used to do something with front yards. People would get a little sign that, they'd put in their front yard that, they had a beautiful front yard. So, no, it's always nice to do those type of things.
I think this is a good idea. If I'm correct, Commissioner Ross, didn't the Civil Club, because I wasn't around for the Civil Club, didn't the Civil Club used to do something like this?
Yeah, I wasn't in the Civic Club either, but I think they did.
I think it's a good idea. But now, the only thing I'm concerned about is that we have the same person wins all the time. Unfortunately, with the holiday thing, we seem to have the same person win all the time, every single year. So hopefully we can make some ground rules that doesn't happen. Maybe if the person wins this year, they can't win next year.
Well, I did say in there, if you read it, Dan, it does say that I suggest that we leave that completely up to the boards to base it. They get to set the measures and they get to do their thing. And Parks and Parkway seem to be happy about that as well. So they thought it was kind of fun that one quarter they could pick someone because they put in a beautiful native habitat in their front yard, and another quarter they could recognize someone who put in some new trees, and they would completely get to decide the merits of this every quarter. And anybody could make a nomination. They can go pick it on their own. It's completely up to the boards. I don't think we need to be micromanaging that in
No,
any way.
I'm not saying to micromanage it. I'm just saying, is it possible that the boards are going to have something that we don't have an individual that wins it every single year? Or every
I
single
don't think we
quarter?
need to worry about that.
Okay.
I don't think we
You're
need to
right.
worry about that.
Make your motion.
I make a motion that we, Lord, I wasn't ready for a motion. I make a motion that we instruct the manager to roll out the quarterly village awards as detailed in my agenda item.
I second it. Can we do a voice vote on this one?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you guys for the support on that. I appreciate it. Is the next one mine as well? Village proclamations?
You're a busy boy.
I'm a busy boy. Okay, so the village and many communities make proclamations as a matter of, normal business, and they do proclamations for all sorts of things. And since I've lived here, I've noticed that the village has done some of them, and they're not consistent. They're kind of random. We did Mother's Day in May, but we didn't do Father's Day in June, and it just sort of seems like something we trip over and sort of do for whatever reason. I don't know who even decides, but I just think that it would make it easier on the staff and better for the village if we just agreed to a list of special months and days and weeks that we would want to have recognized, and then staff knows well in advance, because they have the calendar for the whole year, what proclamations they are to bring, and the mayor could decide exactly how they will be announced at commission meetings. Notice there isn't one for every single month on the list that I put together, and the mayor could decide if she would read a particular proclamation or she would have another commissioner. She might ask a village resident to come up and read a proclamation for whatever reason. She might determine that someone on staff should do it, or she can decide, or I guess we could all decide.
That's involved in.
I'm sorry, Ginny?
It's a nice idea to have a resident come in to read the proclamation.
Yeah.
Or accept
Sure.
it. You don't have to read it. I could read it.
Or accept it.
Right.
Yeah, or accept it on behalf of whatever group we're. So what I did was, and really it's about just formalizing this, and again, making it easy for staff so they know what's coming up and things aren't thrown at them last minute. And what I did was I pulled up a calendar of national holidays and events and special weeks and things, and I selected things on this list to propose to you guys. I won't run through them, but you'll see that there are things on here that would celebrate the different departments in our staff, different groups of residents in the village. We have Black History Month on there. We have National Women's History Month. We have Older Americans Month. I think it'd be a wonderful thing to recognize the older residents of the village. I'm sorry?
You said I resent the older Americans.
Well, that's what they call it on the calendar. I saw that. I'm like, I would have thought I'd see the word senior or something, but whatever. That's what they call it. So I went by their list. Pride Month is on there. So you'll see I just came up with things that I thought made sense. And you'll also see that I have two important dates in the village's history as well that I learned about when I pulled them up. On June 16th was the state charter granted that renamed us the Village of Biscayne Park in 1933. And on December 31st, 1931, the town of Biscayne Park was incorporated for the first time. So I think it's important to note when we were incorporated and when we became a village.
13 people.
Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't know that. 113 citizens.
Yep. Yep.
But anyhow, okay, you want to move on that one?
I think Rox wants to say something.
Yeah, I just would have a couple of additions if you would indulge me.
I'm open to suggestions.
So the third Friday of January, in the month of January, the third Friday is declared in Florida as Arbor Day.
Oh, isn't that great?
We love trees. I think that's a good one to add.
Uh-huh.
And then you didn't have anything in April, but I think it would be good to add Earth Day on April 22nd.
Okay, that works for me. Is it April 22nd of every year, or is it a certain day of the month?
It's the 22nd every year.
22nd every year. Okay, and what's the other one?
In October, you don't have anything either. and I searched and searched for one that was like right in front of my nose. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Oh. Well, you know, okay, so Rox, not to say I don't agree with that, but there were all kinds of disease things. Yeah, there were lots of, there were all kinds of diseases, and when I did the list, I thought it's probably easier to not include any of them to try to figure out which ones we should sort of, and then I also thought, is it, I don't know, but if you guys want to put in Breast Cancer Awareness Month, it's certainly a big one, that's for sure.
It opens up a can of worms, and that's fine. That was just something.
Arbor Day. What day is that? Arbor Day?
April
The
22nd.
third Friday in January.
Oh.
No, that's Earth Day.
Right. In Florida, it's Arbor Day.
We live in
Florida Arbor Day is the third Friday in
I
January.
don't want you to interfere with Martin Luther King Day, because I'm sure I'm the only one that met him.
Did you really?
Tells you how old I am.
So another option for October is on the 24th. It's United Nations Day. I don't know how you feel about that, but those are the two that I found.
Suggestion.
And again, you guys can do whatever you want. Go ahead, Will.
Just a suggestion, do we, because I mean, there's a lot of good, after I read your item, Commissioner Kennedy, I went ahead and started looking through. There's a lot of good dates out there. Do we want to possibly just have maybe commissioners submit some dates to staff, and then maybe at the next, they can compile that list, and then as a commission, we can look through that and maybe approve a final list that way, instead of like, you know, going through each commissioner, going through and trying to identify the different days. It might just be easier that way, because I have a few as well.
Well, I think that we could always, you know, people can always add to the list as time goes by.
Well,
Next week, the commissioners will have another special thing that they want to have put in there.
Well, and
Not set in stone.
yeah, and thinking about adding, one thing that I know that some other municipalities do that I like is they actually have on their website where residents can go in and submit their suggestions for proclamations and the like. So maybe that's something we can consider regarding website update, which I'm going to bring at next month. So.
Okay, I think that's a fine idea. What may I make a suggestion? Maybe we should just, in the interest of getting the ball rolling on this, since Rock suggested 3 specific things, what if we, for now, add those three things on, agree to have the manager roll this out starting next month, and then anytime any of us wants to add one or remove one or whatever changes, we can just simply bring that up in a meeting and say, hey, I think we should start recognizing United Nations Day on the 24th of October. We take a vote, yeah, add it to the list. But let's get the train out of the station rather than sort of pushing this down the, you know, just pushing this along. Would everyone agree on that in principle?
Yes.
Yeah. Make a motion.
Okay, then I'll make a motion. Yes.
I haven't made a
yes,
comment yet.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I've been trying to get the village to do this for years, and I think it's a good idea, Mr. Commissioner Kennedy, because all cities have monthly proclamations. But I would like to also, if it's possible, and maybe this has to be a separate item that I have to bring up next month, is that I think that the village needs to have ceremonies sponsored by the village for special events like National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, Martin Luther King Day. A lot of cities have, you know, Memorial Day, Independence Day. They have ceremonies, and I think this village should have events, because I've been going to North Miami for Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and stuff like that. And I think that we as a city need to do that. One of the biggest complaints that the former city manager would make is, well, we can't have staff overtime. And I've spoken to a lot of employees, and they would be, you know, glad not to be charging us for staff to be here to do ceremonies. But I think as a village, we need to be doing ceremonies.
I think that's a great idea for us to discuss another time, Dan. Maybe you could come back with something like what I proposed here with a list of ceremonies that we would pull off. That might be an interesting thing to discuss.
Okay, you made your motion?
I did not. So I make a motion that we instruct the manager to formalize the list of monthly village proclamations per item 12D of our commission meeting, with all the dates that I have listed, with the addition of 3 other dates. The 3rd Friday in January as Florida Arbor Day, April 22nd as Earth Day, and the month of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And that staff bring the proclamations to the commission at our monthly meetings, and that the mayor decide how those will be presented to the residents and by whom.
Okay, I second that. We do voice vote. Everybody agree?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot to add the thing about people can bring other suggestions to add to it. Sorry. I guess we can just do that anyway.
Commissioner Tudor, did you agree with this?
Yes.
Okay.
What
Everybody agree?
What I really want is the commission bring some proclamations, because the ones that we don't have before, it didn't happen before, it's really hard to find a very good one. So if you come upon a good proclamation, please send to me. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the request, Roseanne.
We need copies of good proclamations.
Oh, for each one of those, you mean?
For those days, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll do some Googling for you. I can Google.
Me too, but sometimes it's not easy to find.
I know. I'll look. I'll do some hunting and pecking, and I'll find something.
Okay, we're up to John.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. First, let me address the question that Commissioner Kennedy asked that I respond to about the payments situation with Gray Robinson. We are actually, we've just confirmed that we received the files. And so we're going through the files that we've received from them to make sure that they're complete before we make an offer on the payment of the invoices, because we don't want that issue to be held hostage. So that's the answer to your question. I'll have a more complete response to you all at the next meeting. With regard to the matter of the litigation that Commissioner Samaria has raised or brought against the village and certain of its past employees and officials, you all are very aware of that. I forwarded a copy of that. As a result of the filing of the lawsuit, some questions were being asked about Commissioner Samaria's ability to participate in certain items related to the day-to-day businesses of being a commissioner. And so as a result of that, I and Commissioner Samaria reached out jointly to the Miami-Dade County Commission on Ethics for guidance on this issue. We received, or actually the Commissioner Samaria received a response earlier today. I was copied on it, and I will be very brief because we're short of time. According to the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics, which is in fact the entity responsible for making these decisions, they have stated there is no provision in the county ethics code that would prevent you, Mr. Samaria, from continuing to serve while the action is pending. So there's nothing in the rules that would prohibit or otherwise preclude the Commissioner Samaria from staying as a commissioner on this commission, and there's no forced resignation, so to speak. With regard to his ability to take or participate in the selection of the village attorney, the Commission on Ethics has stated, we do not believe that your consideration and vote on the selection of village council is prohibited by the voting conflict provisions of the county ethics code. Similarly, the Commission on Ethics determined that we do not believe that your consideration and vote on the selection of a village manager is prohibited by the voting conflict provisions of the county ethics code. And lastly, as regards to your participation and vote on the village's budget for the fiscal year of 2020-2021, we likewise do not believe that your participation and vote on that matter is prohibited by the voting conflict section of the county ethics code with one caveat. If there's any portion of the budget that provides a funding source for the satisfaction of damage or litigation costs associated with the action filed against the village or its officials, then you that matter would have to be bifurcated, and you could not vote on that particular portion of the budget. And that's the guidance from the Commission on Ethics.
May I say something to this because I'm the one who brought it up?
Sure.
Jenny? Yeah. So I brought this up, and I want to make sure everyone's abundantly clear, and I'm saying this directly to Dan as well. In no way am I suggesting that I thought there was a problem here at all, but I think it's a completely fair thing to ask for a full explanation on this, because residents are talking about it, residents are freely discussing it on social media, and I think a lot of what they're saying is because they don't understand the laws as they relate to something like this, and I don't know that the village has ever experienced something like this before. I'm not making any judgment on Dan for bringing a lawsuit against the village or the three people who are also named in this suit separately, but I do believe that residents need to have a firm understanding so no one's questioning Dan's ability to serve or his ability to participate in anything, because residents deserve to know that things are being done correctly. So in complete transparency, I had a conversation with John Herron about this because I wanted to make sure for my own information that I knew things were being done properly, and I was also asking on behalf of residents. At John's suggestion, I emailed ethics and asked them if they would state a position on this for all the reasons I just said to you, and they replied to me and said, basically, we respond to incidents, we don't project something that could happen. So they said if somebody questions something, then we'll step in. But they did say Dan can request us. So I guess that's how this letter came back to Dan. So I'm glad that ethics did respond to you, Dan, and got this all settled, because residents do need to know. But I have some specific questions. I know the answers to these, John, but I want to make sure residents hear it from you. In the case of Dan Samaria versus the Village of Biscayne Park, will our village attorney represent us in that case?
Technically, yes. But I won't, in the sense that I will be liaison. I will not be the official counsel of record. The official counsel of record in all likelihood is going to be a law firm appointed by the League of Cities that will 99% sure that will cover this claim. We're waiting for that official response from the commission, from the League of Cities, our insurance carrier. We hope to receive that very soon. But based upon the nature of the claims that have been filed in the lawsuit, I fully expect them to pick up coverage, and my role in the litigation will be limited to as liaison between village staff and the outside counsel.
Okay, so the League of Cities will be representing the village in this matter, likely. You'll get the final answer on that. And if there are damages awarded in the case, that will also go through our insurance. That is not something that the village will write a check for.
Unless the award of damages is in excess of our coverage.
What is our coverage?
I believe it's $2 million.
Well, Dan's suit is for $1 million, so we're covered there. Okay, and then my last question to you is, are there any, I know the answer to this as well, but I want you to say it to residents, John. Are there any meetings regarding this that Dan will not be allowed to participate in along with the other commissioners?
The instructions from the Commission on Ethics addresses that issue. And I've already advised and spoken to Commissioner Samaria even before the Commission on Ethics that he cannot participate in any meetings which this particular issue is discussed, whether litigation room strategy related or what's called shade meetings or things of that nature. And in fact, on at least one, if not two occasions, I've previously instructed Commissioner Samaria that he would have to step out of the chambers while we had discussions regarding matters related to his claim.
Okay, so if it comes up at a commission meeting again, Dan will step out, fill out that form, and if the commission is required to have a meeting in the shade, meaning it's not a public meeting, to discuss any matters of the case, Dan would not attend that meeting as well.
That's correct.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. And again, Dan, this has nothing to do with my feelings towards you in this case. I wanted to make sure that residents are completely aware that you are fully able to serve this village in the capacity in which they elected you, and understand what your limitations are in that regard.
Right. And attorney, it's also that the commission and the village is not to be discussing this lawsuit with anybody, residents or anybody. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, the lawsuit and the conduct of the lawsuit, those communications are protected by the attorney-client privilege. I would like to point out that very specifically that Mr. Arrojo, the director of the Commission on Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics, very specifically stated in his response to the Commissioner Samaria's inquiry that he appreciated the fact that the Commissioner Samaria had reached out to the Commission on Ethics, and that he had been, and I'm quoting, very forthcoming in his conversations with Mr. Arrojo, and he appreciated his openness and candor in this matter. So,
thank you for that, John.
Very, very forthcoming in his communications, and essentially an open book as it relates to this matter with the Commission on Ethics, according to them. Unless there's any specific questions by any of the members of the commission, I have nothing further.
Okay. Do we have committee reports?
If I could
was that everything on the attorney's report? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rox.
Just quick comment on this one topic before we move on is I'm very glad that, Mac, you seem to have initiated, but it took Dan to go to Commission on Ethics and John to usher him through that process. I'm really glad that this was brought out and discussed, and now everyone knows the lay of the land. There is no elephant in the room. Everybody understands the facts, and there's no room for rumors and stories to spread around.
Exactly.
I think it's important to tell the residents that we don't lose our citizenship because we get elected to a commission.
There you go.
All right, the next village manager report.
Right, I'll begin with the FDOT report. FDOT will be sending letters out to about 400 residents. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. We'll be sending letters out to residents that live within the 400 feet radius. They will notify us, and we'll also put out the information via numerous communication sources. They're looking at a date of possibly July 22nd to begin this process. As you know, this is an FDOT project, and they will keep us informed and in the loop. But it is their project, and it's their responsibility to inform us, and they manage the project. And none of the discussions that we were made aware have they talked about eminent domain or taking people's properties, sidewalks, or anything like that. Those discussions have not occurred. So, I don't want to have the residents in a panic. I want to be very clear to the record. In my previous experience, in my numerous assignments, and I've done projects with FDOT, it's not a it's a lengthy process. They go over what their specs for these projects are, and they have numerous community meetings. They attend commission meetings, and they lay out options. The residents have the ability to also partake, obviously, and they can say, okay, we don't want a sidewalk. We want you to do the underground, the drains. And, they may say yes, they may say no, but it's not something that's, for the most part forced upon. As you know, the funding for the project increased by over $1 million during this, during the last year or so. And that's what I have relating to FDOT.
May I ask you some questions before you move on to the next topic, Chief?
Go ahead.
I'm trying to picture a 400-foot radius. You meant a 400-foot radius of 6th Avenue. And I'm trying to picture, this is the first time I'm hearing this, At the last meeting, we talked extensively, and I spoke very passionately about the fact that I think for a project this significant, that every resident of the village should be informed, not residents of 6th Avenue or of a certain portion of the village. I'm not certain why FDOT thinks that only people within 400 feet of that particular street should be informed about this workshop via letter. But I would personally like to see that letter before it goes out. I'd like to know how they're framing this, and I'd be interested to hear anyone else's opinion on that and to know if we could request it before they send it out. But I feel strongly enough about how significant this, I guess we'd call a capital improvement to the village, even though we're not paying for it, that I think the village should send a letter out to every resident informing them of this meeting and encouraging them to attend. I think it's too big to hope that FDOT gets it done and to allow them to only inform certain residents of the village, because I know that I don't live within 400 feet of 6th Avenue, but I feel an enormous sense of ownership over what happens to that main street that runs through the village where I live and where I serve on the commission as well. So I'd like to hear other people's opinions on that. And one last little detail, when we had the FDOT conversation a couple of meetings ago, I asked them for a couple of things that they would provide the community, and they came through on some of those promises. They painted stripes so we could see where they would go, and they did some other things. One of the other things that I feel very strongly about is seeing an example of the street light that they are proposing for 6th Avenue. So the plan, in a nutshell, is they're going to put a certain number of street lights down 6th Avenue, and it's going to be the light, the design and light quality of their choosing. If we want to upgrade to I guess what will be considered a nicer light with more character and maybe a different kind of feel to the light that is emitted, that we would have to pay the difference, and it's a significant difference. They were proposing $384,000 for the lighting upgrade. I asked for one simple piece of information that we still have not been provided. David has told me many times that we'll get it, and we haven't gotten it yet. I want a physical location of a street light that they are proposing for 6th Avenue that they'll be paying for. I want it to be the same height, the same pole, the same fixture design, and the same quality and intensity of light. I want residents to be able to drive or walk somewhere within a short distance of Biscayne Park, look at that light in the daytime, stand under it, drive under it at night, because we can't pick a street light. We can't let them pick a street light that we haven't experienced. Lighting is enormously important and impacts the aesthetics of communities and your living room, for that matter. You should see Dan and I fuss over which light bulb to put in a lamp. It's this thing that we get caught up in. So it's a gay thing. So we never got that location.
We need another motion to extend.
Let me answer some of these questions, please. Give me this opportunity. First and foremost, as we all know, it's a DOT project, and you're absolutely right, and I agree with you. The way they work, having worked with them in the past, is they set the parameters on how they distribute their information and how they go about it. Now, we all agree, and we discussed in the last commission meeting, and we all work in the spirit of cooperation, and the administration follows the directives of the policymakers, at least in my book. So having listened to what transpired in the last commission meeting, okay, the instructions were that once we got the information from FDOT, and that is what I am relaying to you, that we would disseminate this information throughout the village, okay? So that answers that question that you asked, because that's a specific requesting that was discussed, correct?
Yes, but what David said was he'll send out an email blast and he'll put it on Nextdoor. And I pointed out that we have an email list of about 500 residents, although we have 3,300 people who live in the village. And that's like 15% of our population is on our email list. We also, on Nextdoor, there are 1,100 plus members right now. That's about a third of our population. Everyone does not engage, even though they may be a member of Nextdoor. My opinion is it's simply not good enough, that we need to mail a letter to every single house. It could be a letter if a postcard is cheaper, if the village needs help in writing this and designing it, I'm happy to offer my services. But I think if FDOT is only going to take on the responsibility of informing certain residents, and I don't care what else they do, if they're going to mail a letter only to certain residents, I think the village should certainly do an email blast, and we should certainly post it on Nextdoor. But I think we need to take the responsibility as a village to make sure that all of our residents are informed. So I think we need to take that extra step. David was insistent that, and he got very heated during this part of the conversation. He insisted that that would not happen, that he was not going to mail a letter to everybody, and I feel very strongly that we should. So I would like to make a motion that the village send a mailing to every property in this village, inviting the residents to attend this workshop once the date and time have been set to provide, it's going to be a virtual meeting, to provide information about how people can join the meeting virtually, and to state very clearly exactly what will happen at the workshop, and to make sure residents are clear that they will be invited to actively participate in the workshop along with the commission.
We don't need a resolution. I mean, if this is the directives, the commission that you're stating that you would like to see, we can do the mailing, we can put it on Nextdoor, and I think we have we have over 500 emails. I think it's, but nonetheless, that is something that once we get the
That's
letter.
what I said. We have 500 emails with 3,300 residents.
Right. No, I understand that. I'm saying to you, we do mail outs all the time. We can go ahead and we can do a mail out to the residents, obviously. That's not something that can't be done. And we'll go ahead and do that. I'm just explaining to you the DOT process of it, so everybody's on the page. And then I went ahead and explained to you what the village staff, on top of what DOT is doing, we're going to go ahead and do. Okay.
I understood that. It's 2 weeks. This workshop is in 2 weeks.
We have to extend the meeting.
I make a motion that we extend the meeting to 12:15.
Second.
The minute, Commissioner, so the minute we get this information, and you're right. So this is not a big thing. You're right.
Okay.
The minute we get the information, I know it's about timeliness. You know how long the mail takes, about 3 or 4 days. We need to put it out.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry, we don't have people to do that. We did the mail before, and it was crazy. And right now, with everything that's going on, we don't have the time and the people to do that. I'm sorry. We have to contract the company outside. Which is
then the manager can call in some volunteers to help. This is not important, guys. I'm sorry, but I don't accept I just got a text from a resident saying, I'll help. This is too important. We can't not do the right thing because it's crazy right now. And last time we did a mailing, it was a disaster. Whatever. It's a mailing to 1,100. It's 1,100 pieces of something going in the mail. It could be a card. And I'm going to say this, and no one take offense to this, please. But in this village, we write things terribly. Grammar, punctuation, spelling, content, just wrong and poorly worded, so to the point that you can't understand it. We can't let that happen this time. And if you need help, get help from somebody. I volunteer to help. Get someone to make sure that that letter or card is written well and designed properly, so it's something that we would be proud to have arrive at every property in this village.
I'd like to comment on that, please.
Commissioner Ross?
Roseanne, can you ballpark for us what the cost would be if we outsource it?
Yeah, outsource. Right now I'm working with them to do the solid waste, and it will be around $2,500.
$2,500. I'm looking at the May financials in the administrative section, and there's room in several of these line items for communication and for advertising, where we probably can pool $2,500 to outsource it if the manager feels comfortable doing that. But otherwise, I'm happy to volunteer. We do, my day job is is bankruptcy mailouts. We do hundreds of them, so of many, 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 many proportions. So I'm happy to help out. I agree with Mac that it has to be a professionally produced communication. And also, earlier in the evening, we just got done discussing how the manager totally ignored things that we directed and voted for him to do. So I'm not comfortable with just consensus. Chief, I appreciate your commitment to following the directive of the commission, but ultimately it's the manager that has to do it. So I want something more formal, like a motion that says, manager, we're instructing you to do this. All 5 of us or all 4 of us or the majority. I don't want it to be just a casual thing.
I'll agree with that. And by the way, Roseanne, the $2,500 figure that you just shared, I'm assuming it's for a piece of paper and an envelope and postage?
Yes.
Okay, this could be a card. This could be a postcard. It could be an oversized postcard. You don't have to spend the money. Yeah, so it can be a 4x6 postcard because the message is not long or complicated. It can be a very simple postcard that mails out.
When you change to a postcard, you change the kind of printing.
There's going to be printing costs added to it.
And then you have to.
Okay, then you guys figure out what's best. But I really hope I receive something in the mail at my home that I'm proud to have the village logo on.
I'm within 400 feet, so I'll get it.
Once we obtain the letter from and the information from the state, we will go ahead and draft some language, and we'll go ahead and take the appropriate actions to ensure it's something of quality and professionalism. And,
okay. Did I make a motion on this already?
Please do.
I thought I did already. Did I not make a motion? I make a motion that we instruct the manager to send out a mailing of his choice of form to share information and invite residents to the FDOT workshop that is tentatively scheduled for July 22nd, and to encourage attendance and to share login information and to get that to every home in the village no later than 3 mailing days prior to the event, the workshop.
Okay, I'll second that. Do we need a voice vote, or can we?
Let me just say something before we vote. I mean, we need to keep in mind the timing on this. So it has to. We got to do obtainable. You know, you talk about goals. Let's make sure they're achievable and obtainable. That we're able to do this as long as we get the information from FDOT. It's an FDOT project. So once we get it, we want to disseminate it and send it out. I agree. But we got to get from FDOT.
Okay, but you can get this thing written and designed and have it all ready to go, and just the last thing you do is drop in the login information and the date and the time. You don't have to wait for that information to start the process. You can start the process now and put in X's for the date and the time and the login information, have it ready to go, and when you get that, drop it in and off you go. So there's a way to get this done, certainly. And I would also have someone call FDOT and impress upon them the importance of getting this information like ASAP, because we're doing a mailing to our residents as well. They'll work with us on that.
We just do a voice vote.
Does everybody agree?
Hold on, I want to.
Aye.
Rox has something to say.
I'm sorry.
Let's do a voice vote.
He's asking for a vote.
Who's second, please?
Mayor and I did both.
Okay. So.
Yes. Does everybody agree? Commissioner Tudor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Commissioner Samaria?
Aye.
Commissioner Ross?
Of course.
Aye.
Yep.
Everybody agrees. Okay, you want to continue with your report, Chief?
Yes. So I want to make sure I'm clear. So you're directing the manager to make sure the manager, correct? Because Commissioner Ross says I'm not responsible. That he.
Whoa. I said I understand your commitment.
I understand.
I was not saying anything ill about it.
What I meant was that you said that I'm not going to be the one responsible for the mail out. That's what I said. You didn't let me finish my statement. It won't be me. It'll be the manager responsible for it. That's all I'm asking.
It's the manager's job. Yep.
I'm sorry?
It's the manager's job to get staff to get it done, yes.
That's what I was asking, because I was going to go ahead and begin the process already. But that's fine. I just wanted to make sure it
If
was.
you, I don't care who gets it done, as long as we get it done. I think it's great if you take the initiative, Chief. Go for it.
The motion was for the manager, and he can designate whoever he wants to do it.
Okay. The manager is still working with the RFPs for the solid waste. He's spoken to the county about pricing, and he's also looked into providing the services of in-house collection. He talked to the different vendors that provide those services to see what would the cost be if it's feasible. So I imagine when he returns that he will provide you that information. Relating to CITT, you know, Mr. Urena just completed the audit.
One question, Chief.
Go ahead.
One question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we ask the manager to please provide the 2-week update that he said he was going to provide to us, even if it's just an email? I mean, I appreciate you relaying these comments, but he could perhaps give us a little more detail about those things.
Okay.
So we just relay that back to him.
A 2-week update on the things that you sent out, the emails, correct?
With regard to the sanitation,
Waste Pro.
with regard to Waste Pro and the sanitation, the directive last month was for him to update us every 2 weeks on his progress.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll relay that, Commissioner. To discuss the CITT, and he's going to be meeting with Mr. Betancourt to determine a strategy on gathering the information needed to be able to present that information to Mr. Betancourt in the county. He's going to provide whatever documentation Urena needs. And I guess at that time, they will identify if they're going to need outside assistance. Because I know at one point the commission talked about looking at hiring, working with the other auditing firm that was here before. So he's going to be working on that with them. FEMA, there's
on that one item, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's okay.
But my understanding is that we only have until the end of this month to satisfy CITT on their inquiries. And it sounds like we haven't made very much progress since last month. I just feel like we're going to be trapped again. And it wasn't the last meeting. It was, I think, in May that the motion was made to instruct the manager to hire the help that he needs from the auditor or the finance director in order to complete the investigation and the items for CITT. I don't see like we've made any progress. Can you relate that? Can he perhaps give us some more details in an email?
Okay, I will relay that to him, but maybe I can help clarify a little bit. What he explained to me is Urena completed the yearly audit by the state, and I think the direction of the commission, and please correct me if I'm wrong, was finish that and then go ahead and begin working with the auditor, Urena, the manager, and provide him all the information needed, identify if we're going to need internal, external resources to gather the additional information, and present a report to Betancourt because our deadline is July 31st. I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
So the part that I didn't hear an update on was to provide Mr. Urena with all of the information needed, which
Yes.
presumably would have to be gathered first.
Right, correct. And I don't know if you remember, Mr. Urena said, and if I'm mistaken, when you play back the tape, I would be more than willing to apologize. I think he said, and I'm going on memory, it's been a long meeting, that the manager, he and the manager agreed on obtaining the information that's needed from the manager in our records. If I'm not mistaken, that's what I understood from Mr. Urena.
I believe what he said is that he's meeting with the manager next week.
Okay.
That was it. So,
Okay.
I mean, it's not a lot of information.
Okay. I imagine, and we would have to play back the tape. Yorena would request, knowing an auditor's job, and I know Chuck is an auditor, that it's going to require for him to obtain these records in order to present something viable to Bettencourt. So I'm sure Yorena, regardless of what the manager does or doesn't do, is going to push that issue. With FEMA, there's been there's been no cooperation from Grubbs, and there's been issues. The manager also discovered that Waste Management was contracted to dispose of debris for about $118,000. And one of the things that he was going to recommend to the commission was that they consider taking legal actions to get the receipts needed from, I apologize, from Grubbs and from Waste Management in order for us to be able to move forward and obtain the dollars that we invested towards the cleanup. And let me clarify, so far we've been reimbursed $117,000. We're pending $234,000, which is being held up because of the lack of receipts at the dispose site, at the dump site. And approximately $634,000 is what FEMA has basically said, no, we're not reimbursing you for.
I have a question on that, Chief. Sorry. Or maybe Roseanne would know, who is currently our debris removal company? Is it Grubbs or is it another company?
It's Grubbs.
So the manager's going to propose that we threaten litigation with the person that we currently have, the party that we currently have a contract with for debris removal.
Well, what the manager's recommending is that we send them some sort of letters, take some sort of action to say, listen, we hired you to do this debris removal. When you did the removal, you had the obligation of obtaining these records so we can present them to FEMA. Without these records, the village cannot move forward with the reimbursement. Matter of fact, obviously we all know it went from the local levels to the state to the federal government. The federal government kicked it back and said, no, we need to see the dump site receipt that it was actually dumped. Now it could be them or it could be Waste Management. And that's where the back and forth is occurring.
I just didn't understand what the recommendation to threaten litigation. I don't know. Seems odd.
Well, I mean, I think it's a discussion that the manager can, a strategy that the manager can discuss with the village attorney. In the discussion that I had with the manager, the issue is, in order to resolve this, I mean, if there's another option that the commission present, in order to resolve this, we have to have the actual tickets from the dump site. That proves, hey, they just didn't dump it in the middle of the street, they dumped it at the site. The monitoring company provided the tickets of stops, but what's missing is the actual tickets from the dump sites.
Receipt.
Understood. Maybe we also have to, at the same time, do an RFP for an alternate company.
Yes, that may be, bring up a great point, Commissioner. And that shows that you have a lot of wisdom in the commission. That, if we didn't get the cooperation, we're not getting cooperation now, and they're the company that we've now we've negotiated an agreement with for debris removal.
It's the middle of hurricane season, folks.
Yep.
You gonna make a motion on that, Rox?
But he's just giving us a report.
Yeah, just giving you a report. I'm not. One of the issues
I'm sorry, just a moment, because were you actually saying that he's recommending, that the manager is now recommending to us that we take legal action, or is it that he's gonna come back some other time and recommend?
Well, the manager, okay, this is what the manager's saying is that he's gotten no cooperation from Grubbs or from Waste Management. He's looking at having a meeting with the attorneys, developing a strategy, how to go about obtaining compliance from Grubbs and from Waste Management. Remember,
Okay,
Waste Management.
I get what you're saying, but so here's what I'm thinking is, he's gotten no cooperation from this company that is supposed to provide us emergency service.
Correct.
I think it's time that we go out and do an RFP so that we can have a backup company, because we won't know if they're going to decide to cooperate when we really, really, really need them.
And
so do we need a motion for to instruct the manager to put together an RFP for debris removal services?
Commissioner Ross, the agreement with Grubbs is still in place, and I'm not sure exactly, but I believe it was the company who did the debris monitoring service that dropped the ball on the.
That's not what the.
No, that's.
Excuse me.
The issue, and I think we've discussed it several times, and the issues are that we're missing the tickets from the dump site. Yes, we hired a monitoring company. The monitoring company weighs and monitors the collection here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Ross. And then do another location where they weigh it and they monitor that. So one thing has to match with the other. They don't follow these, and that's something, by the way, that's a great point. I don't know who just brought it up. In the future, to avoid these type of mistakes, maybe we should have the monitoring company and also force them to be at the dump site to collect, to physically have, be able to collect these tickets, or have monitoring of the tickets being transferred to the village. So that's something we should consider in the future. But at the end of the day, the responsibility was those disposing of it. If you're gonna take it to Miami-Dade dump site or wherever they're taking it, they get a ticket. They get a ticket for that. They didn't. We don't have that.
Right. So I'm gonna make a motion, because even though we have a contract with Grubbs, there are many cities that have alternate companies lined up for in the event of this emergency. So I'm going to make a motion to ask the manager to put together and put out an RFP for debris removal services, and to come back with the bids, with the recommended successful bid in September. Is there a second for my motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. We have only a few minutes, and I mean, to me, it makes absolutely no sense to rely solely on a company that's not being responsive and expect that they're going to actually respond to our emergency.
Make a good point. Let's take a vote on that. We're running out of time here.
Okay, can we do a voice vote?
Yes, please.
Yes.
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 So I got a couple of things really quick. Some of my recommendations for the future. The manager discussed, wanted the commission to consider using either budget, because CITT funds are currently frozen. And I know that the issue has come up about the drains, specifically Mr. David Raymond's drains, at least to address the more critical and immediate problems. If the commissioner in the future would like to bring up or discuss using either general funds or reserve dollars for the amount of the $42,000 that, so he asked me to bring that up. Also, that he selected a enforcement officer to replace, we gave them an offer to replace the vacancy that we currently have now. Additionally, with the FAA, we had an hour-and-a-half meeting with the Federico Wilson staff and other managers about the flight patterns and about modifying them. And they said that they will consider it, and they will continue holding meetings with Congresswoman. This is relating to Commissioner McDonald, and then it would pertain to the entire commission. I know we discussed about dogs being loose and leashes, and so on and so on. I did my homework. I've kind of dedicated a little time to this, and I basically found out that we have no laws in place right now to be able to enforce a lot of things, including that. And I'll explain. I'm going to be as quick as possible. I'm sorry for this. In order, even though the county has a municipal ordinance, it's not applicable. It's applicable for them to use it. Only criminal offenses, the police can enforce them, and that's under the civil citation program. So we would have to create codes, add codes, which I have them right in front of me, and we only have about 7, and there's different important topics and things that residents want to see enforced. And I think it's for a future meeting that I think we need to, now that we're hiring a new person and we want to go in a new direction, and we want the police officers to enforce some of these loose dogs and leash laws, we're going to have to create our codes for that, municipal codes, okay? And that also includes parking on medians, okay? And lastly, I just want to clarify, so I want to make sure I meant no disrespect to Commissioner Ross. Please accept my apology in public. I was just trying to make sure if I was going to be doing this mail out or not. You know, I like to get things done. So I didn't know if it was going to be me or just wait on the manager. So please accept my apology. I admire and respect what you do, and there was no ill intent. Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Can we make a quick final comment? Go ahead, Will.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think we have to do announcements before we adjourn.
We do.
Yes. We have the FDOT workshop on 6th Avenue, Wednesday, July 22nd, 2020, time to be determined. And the platform will not be Zoom, but it's another web meeting, something like that. They will give the information to us. Special commission meeting on Tuesday, July 23rd, 2020, 6:30 p.m. And first budget workshop Tuesday, July 23rd, 2020, 7 p.m. Regular commission meeting will be on Tuesday, August 4th, 2020, 7 p.m.
A quick final comment. I know we're about to adjourn, but really quick, we never went through what are we going to put on the next budget. We didn't have time to do our submittals for the next budget. And I just want everyone to think about David Raymond and his 68 neighbors who are asking you to do something. I have no doubt that he's going to continue to gather neighbors in his drive. So think about that, and it's probably something we should have on the next agenda.
I'd like to say one thing before we adjourn, Ginny, and I want to echo some of what Rox just said about David Raymond's efforts to get people to sign the petition, requiring us basically to do the job that we asked to do. It's a significant thing that David pulled off, getting 68 people now to do what they did. And I want to say something about some of the tone of tonight's meeting, because parts of the meeting felt like a bit of a pile-on to David, our interim manager, who's not here to participate in these conversations. And I was rather critical about him and some of the things he's done a couple of times in this meeting as well, because He is our manager right now. He's our interim manager. You guys have made him the de facto manager with no exit strategy or, no plan for what's going to happen next. So I do hold him responsible for the things that he is doing and the things that he's not doing. That having been said, I said this before and it bears repeating now. David was not hired to be a village manager. He did not go through a process to become a village manager. He was not vetted to be a village manager. The phrase that I used the night that Ginny nominated him, I asked him to step up and fill in as an interim manager, was, we need you to keep the lights on. Those who watched the meeting, I said it. We need you to keep the lights on because we had a job to do. So whoever's being critical about what David is and is not doing, and I'm one of them, we need to all remember that David's not failing this village. He may not be doing some things properly. This commission is failing this village by not filling this position on a permanent basis. It's the 5 of us. And I, unfortunately, although I voted for us to move forward with this process, I'm one of the 5 commissioners, so I have to own it as well, because apparently I didn't do a good enough job convincing just one more of you to do the job that you asked for and that you were elected to do. So I want to make my feelings on this very clear before I say goodnight to everybody. This commission is failing this village in regards to hiring a manager. And a resident came here tonight with a petition, and I wanted to hear one of the 3 of you, just one, to say, we need to discuss this. You could have done that, and you didn't. We're failing this village.
That's your opinion.
I'll have a quick little
That's
commission
your
comment
opinion.
since everybody's taken a bite of the apple. I do take into consideration the 68 signatures. It is very important to get feedback from residents. Those signatures are just as important as the 60 residents who signed petitions to reinstate the former manager. Residents' opinions are very important, and it's something that we're going to have to address.
All right, I'm taking a second bite of the apple because I want to leave you with this also. If we had hired David to be our manager, not interim, if we gave him the job, we would have had a review of his performance 3 months into it. Every manager's contract has 90 days and we'll see how you're doing. We've had him as our manager for almost twice that time without a review. It's just not the way to operate. Just not the way to operate.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night.